All participants will be on mute at the start of the conference. You may choose to keep your camera on or off. The session will begin with an opening address by Ashok, followed by financial highlights from Devang. We will then move on to the Q&A session. Over to you, Ashok.
Prasanna, thank you so much. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us. Let me begin first by placing on record Shanti's immense contribution in building the Kotak Group. At a personal level, I would really like to thank Shanti for helping me settle into India and Kotak. I sincerely wish her the very best in her future endeavors. Of course, Shanti will continue to be a Kotak ambassador for life. Moving to the numbers, our consolidated PAT this quarter has been broadly flat compared to the previous quarter. This, despite the dividend which was paid out last quarter, the repo rate cuts, and GST-related impact on our life insurance business. At the bank level, the noteworthy performance has been strong growth in deposits and advances and a reduction in credit costs. Compared to last year, we've seen an impact on our capital markets business, which had an exceptional Q2 in 2025. Strategically, Kotak continues to hold a unique position as India's most comprehensive financial services conglomerate. We remain focused on building on this strength and leveraging the One Kotak approach to deliver value across customer segments. The past 90 days has seen considerable macro activity. The full impact of the repo rate cut is played out. The RBI introduced a series of welcome reforms for the industry. The GST structure was simplified, and global trade actions added volatility, with the US further increasing tariffs on export from India. Against this backdrop, corporate India is showing signs of activity, reflected in growth across our SME and corporate banking books, though public and private capital expenditure still remain muted. Moving to equity markets have actually seen tepid performance, though there was continued IPO activity and strong domestic inflows offset by net outflows from FIIs. In the individual segment, consumption was muted till mid-September, but has since then has picked up thanks to the GST rate cuts and the festive seasons. Rural demand too has improved, supported by a good monsoon. Our quarterly performance demonstrates our ability to navigate these dynamics. In line with our philosophy of growing advances at 1.5 to 2 times nominal GDP growth, net advances grew at 15.8% year-on-year, and deposits grew at 14.6% year-on-year. Our growth has been enabled by curated propositions for focused customer segments and by leveraging automation and digitization for efficiency and scale. Solitaire and 811 continue to gain traction in the affluent and core India segments, while SME and institutional India remain key focus areas, reflected in a 16% year-on-year growth in our combined SME book to over 1.09 lakh crores. On asset quality and risk metrics, GNPA and NPA remain stable. Credit costs have come down from 93 basis points to 79 basis points, in line with our expectations. As indicated last quarter, personal loan credit costs have normalized, and we now expect a downward trajectory for both MFI and credit cards. We do remain cautious on retail CV stress. Overall, we expect our credit costs to now gradually moderate in second half of the financial year. Our focus will now be to gradually build back our retail unsecured business. NIM continues to be at a healthy 4.54% and is expected to stabilize over the next few quarters, of course, assuming that there won't be any further rate cuts. Cost to assets continues to decline, supported by automation and digitization, even as we maintain investments in technology. These outcomes reflect continued progress on our strategy, driving scale for relevance while maintaining our risk and profitability discipline. While near-term pressures persist, we remain focused on disciplined execution and customer-centric growth across segments. Let me now hand over to Devang to walk you through the financials.
Thank you, Ashok. Good evening, friends. I hope you and your families had a wonderful and safe festive season. Let me start with bank standalone highlights. The bank's balance sheet grew 13%, has now crossed 7 lakh crores. Net advances grew at about 16% on a YOY basis at 4,62,000 crores as at 30th September. We saw granular average growth in low-cost deposits as follows. Average total deposits grew to 5,10,000 crores for Q2, up 14% on a YOY basis. Average current account deposits grew to 70,000 crores, up 14% again on a YOY basis. Average fixed rate saving account deposits grew to 1,13,000 crores, up 18% on a YOY basis. And average term deposits grew to 3,11,000 crores, up 20% on a YOY basis. Our CASA ratio actually improved to 42.3% at 30th September. Bank continued to maintain a healthy CD ratio at 87.5% at the quarter end. Net interest income for Q2 increased to 7,300 crore, up 4% on a YOY basis. Net interest margin was 4.54% and had a full impact of 50 bips repo rate cut, which was there from 15 June. However, it got offsetted by the reduction in cost of fund to 4.70%, down from 5.01 in Q1. Fees and services for Q2 increased to 2,400 crores, up 4% on a YOY basis. Operating expenses continue to be controlled and for Q2 remained flat at 4,600 crores. Operating profit for Q2 was 5,200 crores, up 3% on a YOY basis. Credit cost for Q2 was lower at 0.79 compared to Q1 of 0.93%. The bank's PAT for Q2 stood at 3,200 crores. This quarter, we saw improvement in asset quality with reduction in gross NPA ratio at 1.39%, down from 1.48 last quarter. Net NPA ratios also reduced to 0.32%, down from 0.34% last quarter, resulting in provision coverage ratio maintained at 77%. Capital adequacy ratio for the bank standalone remains strong at 22.1%, with CET1 ratio itself of 20.9%. Now let me come to the consolidated performance. Consolidated customer assets, which comprises of advances and credit substitutes, grew to 5,76,000 crore, up 13% on a YOY basis. Total asset under management at 30th September grew to 7,60,000 crore, up 12% on a YOY basis. The domestic mutual fund equity AUM increased by 14%, up to 3,62,000 crore at 30th September. Consolidated net worth of the group is now at 1,67,000 crores, and the book value per share increased to 844 rupees per share, up 14% on a YOY basis. Consolidated capital adequacy also at a healthy rate at 22.8%, of which CET1 itself is 21.8%. Average liquidity coverage ratio for the group is 132% for Q2. Coming to select subsidiary performances, Kotak Securities recorded a profit of 345 crores, and the cash market share of Kotak Security improved to 9.6% with a YOY with the overall market share now at 13.1%. Kotak AMC and Trusteeship Company recorded profit of 258 crores, 31% up on a YOY basis. Kotak Life continues to maintain high solvency ratio of 2.33x as against the regulatory requirement of 1.5x. Kotak Prime customers' assets grew to 42,000 crore with a YOY growth of 12%, and the PAT for the Q2 was 246 crores. Thank you.
Thank you, Devang. We'll now, of course, move on to the Q&A session. Before we begin, some call-outs. Questions will be taken on a first-come basis. Please use the raise hand feature on Zoom. Once called upon, unmute yourself to ask your question. Kindly state your name and the organization you represent. Please mute yourself after your question. Do keep your questions brief and focused to allow time for more participants. Also request you to keep it to less than two or three questions, because we'll come back and we'll make sure that everyone gets an opportunity to participate. If you have any technical issues while on the call, please reach out to the Kotak PR team or Webish Andvik. Note, the chat function will remain disabled during the session. With that, let's move to the questions. Our first one is from Vikrant Massey from NDTV Profit. Vishy? Vishy, I think you're on mute if you're speaking.
Yeah, hi. Sorry, the mute line was not working for a bit. Okay, sorry, quick question. What happened with the provisions this quarter at 947? Because I'm assuming year-on-year profit dip is largely because of that. Secondly, on the IBPC front, there's been a quarter-on-quarter rise, 15%. You mentioned your LCR for the group at 132%, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. Then why do you need to get into the IBPC market? Because liquidity seems to be quite in excess in any case.
No, so to answer the question on IBPC, IBPC is a useful financing instrument, as also it it reduces my priority sector obligation while it is reduced from the advances, and it comes at a lower cost available to the bank. So that's why IBPC is a good liquidity instrument available, despite having liquidity from a cost and a regulatory cost reduction perspective. First thing I didn't mention, I didn't understand what you said about the provisions. You said provisions are at 0.93, which was for last quarter, has reduced to 0.79 credit cost. What was your question? I didn't get it.
Vishy? Okay, we'll come back to Vishwanath soon. In the meantime, I'll move on to the next question. This is from Siddhi Nayak from Bloomberg. Siddhi?
Hi, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Hi. Good afternoon. So my first question is on the margin front. There has been some compression both year on year and quarter on quarter as well. Now that the clamor for rate cut is growing in the December policy, I wanted to get a sense from you where and when do you see margins bottoming out, and where do you see yourself in the last quarter, like by the end of the financial year? That's my first question. I have another question. I'll come back to it.
Sure. So assuming no further rate cut, and as we have highlighted last time also, we have obviously responded to the repo rate cut through the reduction in the saving account as well as the deposit rate cuts. Clearly, the saving account rate cut got a fully benefit in the Q2 on a portfolio basis, whereas the term deposit rate cuts, which we have done various buckets, will obviously come over a period of the deposit repricing as it happens. Our average tenure of the deposit is between 9 to 12 months, and therefore we expect as and when the deposit starts getting matured and repriced, the benefit of cost reduction on the deposits will flow through the next 2 quarters, which will be there. So to answer your question, we expect basically without any further repo cut impact, the effect of the repo cut happened till now to be negated by the reduction in cost of fund by the end of this last quarter, end of this year, Q4, or in the beginning of the first quarter of the new year.
So is there a number that you could help us like by the end of this year?
From now on, we will see the gradual increase in the margins as the repo cut effect has been considered in Q2. As I said, as the deposit starts repricing over next 2 quarters, you will see gradual improvement in the margin in Q3 as well as Q4.
Okay, so my next question pertains to there's a lot of media speculation on Kotak interested in bidding for IDBI Bank. We haven't actually heard anything publicly from you. Just want to get a sense on that. Would Kotak be interested in bidding for IDBI Bank? And now that one of the major competitors may be out of the fray, does it give you a competitive edge in the bidding process?
Yeah, look, at Kotak, we look at every single opportunity that kind of comes along. We cannot and should not be commenting upon any items which, could or could not be in process. So maybe a little premature to talk about what's happening on any, not only on IDBI, on any of the deals that we could be looking at this point in time.
Okay, so thank you.
Thank you, Siddhi. I know Vishy is back, so Vishwanath, you want to ask your question quickly?
Hi, sorry, yes. Devang, my question was, your net profit has dipped year on year, primarily because of the provisioning function, I'm assuming, because nothing else seems to have changed materially. Is there a reason for that? I just wanted to understand that.
No, year on year, Vishy, the repo rate effect is the main thing, right? Because on a year on year, you have a repo rate NIM pressure as well as the credit cost. Both are there, actually.
Okay. Thank you, Vishy. We'll move on to the next question. This is from Hamsini Karthik from Money Control. Hamsini.
Hi, wish you a happy Diwali belated. My question is actually, I have 2 questions, so I'll go with the first one. If we look at this quarter's performance, a lot of your subs have not done as well as they used to perform in the past. The life insurance sub in particular has been a little muted. Likewise, at the parent entity level, a 2% or below, or rather a ROA less than 2% is becoming a norm for the bank. Likewise, NIM below 5% is becoming a norm for the bank. Are we seeing a new normal sort of set in at Kotak? And if this were to be the case, what happens to valuations? Because you were ascribed a premium because you were beating your competition on these 2 fronts in a big way. PAT has also been, sort of flat or sub 10% growth for many quarters in a row. What are your thoughts on this? What is the management commentary on this?
Yeah, Jaideep, you want to pick up the comment on subs and then...
I'll take up the thing on the subsidiaries. Primarily the 2 subsidiaries which have seen a reasonable impact have been the capital market piece and the life insurance business. Your question specifically on the life insurance business, the big impact which has happened is the introduction of GST effective September 22nd, 2025. And as per the calculations of business, fresh business done from 22nd September till the end of the month, and on renewals, the impact has been close to about 165 crores. And that actually has been the reason for the life insurance business showing a lesser profit. At the same point of time, let me add on the life insurance business, whether at the annual premium growth level or at the solvency ratio levels are reasonably above what was there last in the preceding quarters.
Mhm.
Capital market space, it's the two impacts actually. The fact that you had a fall in volumes in the cash market, and secondly, fall in volumes in the derivative market. And a broking firm profits will always depend on the volumes which happen on the exchanges. If you notice, we've shown an increase in the cash market share for Kotak Securities, as well as an overall increase in market share. And if the market share increases, you'll automatically make the benefit of it when the volumes come back to normal.
On the bank's performance, the bank performance got impacted mainly because of the net interest margin compression, largely due to the repo rate, because 70% of the bank book is linked to the repo rate. And clearly, it's the repo rate affects the whole portfolio at the time at which the repo cut is announced. However, the response to the repo rate through the cut in the deposit rate comes over a period of time. So as I mentioned earlier, while the NIM has contracted this quarter marginally, here onward, as the deposits gets repriced at a lower rate, the NIM will start showing upward trend. The second part on the result, which the bank results gets impacted, is the credit cost. It is largely on account of the unsecured business of personal loan, MFI, and credit card. I think as far as MFI, credit card, and personal loan is concerned, the credit costs has peaked in Q1, which was at 0.93. Now we are seeing gradual decline also in the credit cost. And as we go forward for next 2 quarters, we will see further reduction in the credit cost.
Right. So that was the management of Kotak Mahindra Bank speaking post their Q2 numbers. Summing it up, my colleague Vishwanath Nair is joining us with all the key takeaways of what worked and what didn't work for the bank. Vishy, take it over.
So Kotak Mahindra Bank reported a set of numbers that were largely okay with mild disappointment here and there, but we're still giving it a thumbs up. Essentially, the net profit number is what probably will disappoint a lot of investors because it's down about 3% on a year-on-year basis. And this is largely because of a 43% increase in the provisioning for the bank. Now, let's look at what actually worked as far as Kotak Mahindra Bank is concerned. It's got asset quality improvement, which is significant. There are lower slippages as well as higher upgrades and recoveries during the quarter, which is why that asset quality improvement is looking so good. Advances growth has been strong across portfolios, retail, wholesale, small businesses, everywhere. We're also seeing a marked improvement on the CASA front. The current account, savings account deposits actually now constitute over 42% of the total deposits versus 41% that was there in June. This is largely helping that cost of funds for the bank. In fact, the cost of savings account deposits for Kotak Mahindra Bank has dropped from 3.32% in June to about 2.89% in the September quarter, and that's a marked improvement. What has also happened is that the NIM has contracted, but is not contracted as much as one would have expected in Kotak Mahindra Bank. Let's look at a few factors that probably didn't work in favor of the bank. The first one is that the provisions, of course, have hurt profit growth. The other thing that has probably not worked for Kotak Mahindra Bank is the microfinance portfolio. Remember, in Q1, the microfinance book was actually showing higher losses because of which its provisions as well as its gross NPA numbers had shot up. This quarter as well, that microfinance book continues to shrink and losses continue to mount. Separately, on the credit card portfolio as well, the bank has shown a 14% decline year on year. And that's an important number because that shows that the bank is probably not confident enough to go out and lend towards unsecured credit. In fact, unsecured credit is currently only about 9.2% of total advances, lower than the 9.7% reported in June. Because of the lower unsecured credit on its portfolio, Kotak Mahindra Bank will suffer from NIM expansion because net interest margin only expands if you do higher margin businesses like the unsecured lending. Lastly, if you were to look at the overall numbers, largely stable. However, some points of concern still remain.
10 साल तक बालाजी को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे, चंदू भाई को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे। फिर कंपनी बाहर आई, मुंबई में आई, एमएनसी कंपनी को टक्कर दिया।
आपकी शुरुआत कैसे हुई?
खेती काम किया, अकाल पड़ा, फिर मेरे को राजकोट आना पड़ा। एस्टोन सिनेमा में गोविंद भाई खूट ने मेरे को 90 रुपया में नौकरी दी, कैंटीन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में मिल गई। वहाँ चिप्स बाहर से आती थी, वो नहीं टाइम से मिलती थी, तो घर में बनाने लगे।
क्रंच तो बढ़िया है,
क्रिस्पी भी है।
बहुत टाइम के बाद चिप्स खा रहे हैं। आप बहुत ही क्लोज प्रमोटर हेल्ड कंपनी है, 10-15% किसी और को आप देना क्यों चाहते हैं?
ये नेक्स्ट जनरेशन प्रोफेशनल बनना चाहते हैं, तो हमारी कंपनी को पैसा नहीं चाहिए, हमारी कंपनी को एक मैनेजमेंट चाहिए।
आप
In today's episode of Adani Green Talks, we spotlight a pioneering young company working to eliminate cruelty from the leather industry. Also featured are thought-provoking addresses by National Award-winning actor Vikrant Massey and Dr. Krishna Ella, co-founder of Bharat Biotech.
Well, moving on, this dynamic duo are sustainability entrepreneurs with a vision for a cruelty-free future. Avinya Leather has pioneered plant-based vegan leather innovation.
चैनल और मनन एनिमल क्रुएल्टी और पेट्रोलियम बेस्ड मटेरियल्स को रिप्लेस उन्होंने किया है और इको फ्रेंडली विकल्प या ऑल्टरनेटिव्स को उन्होंने जगह दी है.
So we stepped in to eliminate cruelty from leather industry, and that's why we created Avinya Leather. Avinya offers guilt-free fashion. We are redefining the leather industry by making it sustainable, cruelty-free, and proudly made in India. So I'm grateful to have my co-founder here with me, Manan. We both started this while back in college. So when we were in college, we wanted to start something. We brainstormed over 15 plus ideas, but there was this one problem of leather that was kept coming back. And we saw how cruel it was and how big it was. That's when we decided we'll make vegan leather. So Avinya is a Sanskrit word that means innovation. And our goal is to stop making leather from animals and instead making it from agriculture waste. Why agriculture waste? Because India generates 350 plus million tons of parali every year. That leads to stubble burning in Punjab, Haryana and UP. And as a result, air quality in Delhi increases by 30 to 40% every October, November and December. And our work has already been validated. We got PETA approved vegan certificate, we got REACH compliance for Europe, and we have successfully conducted our durability test at Atira. So you must be wondering, how does our vegan leather actually looks? So here are the few images of our products. As you can see, a laptop bag, handbag, shoes, wallets, card holders, entirely made from our vegan leather. And our material can be made in any texture, any thickness, and any color. Also, our concept aligns with 6 out of 17 SDG goals given by the United Nations, including climate action, life on land, responsible consumption, and production. So, but most importantly, we save animals from cruelty. And what you saw earlier was blood of animals. And we believe fashion should not be a blood sport. So instead of killing animals, we use agriculture waste to make leather. Here's the 10-step process. So we collect agriculture waste directly from the farmers. We extract the cellulose to make it a slurry. And then we mix it with few non-toxic binding agents. And then that slurry we process into our machines. And then we take control of thickness according to the end product that we want. And then it goes through heat treatment, shaping, adhesive coating, fabric lamination, embossing, and finishing. And the result, high quality, durable, vegan leather. So this is an ostrich skin texture, but made from agriculture waste. This is a crocodile skin texture, but without harming the crocodiles. This is a lamb skin texture, but without killing the lambs. And this is a snake skin texture, but without cruelty. Me and Manan would like to take this opportunity to give these products to Pritiben and Gautam Bhai.
Well, this jacket has been made at Dharavi that the Adani Group is redeveloping. In fact, another success story from Dharavi has been Megha Gupta, whose Dharavi market bags were showcased at the prestigious London Fashion Week earlier this week. But this is something which has been made in Dharavi, and it is a huge, huge honor for our chairperson to actually have this. Well, inspiring presentations to illustrate how kernels of ideas have flourished to enrich and serve society, the very idea that Adani Green Talks stand for. As we meet the Adani Grant winners of today, let's take a look at possible winners of tomorrow. But before that, I'd like to invite you back onto the stage.
Yeah. So, dear all, I have one request to you all. Let's use vegan leather to eliminate animal cruelty. And the leather of tomorrow will be cruelty-free, guilt-free, and planet-positive. That's Avinya Leather's promise. Thank you. Jai Hind.
National Award winner for 12th Fail, Vikrant Massey delivered an engaging address highlighting the significance and impact of the event. He reflected on the power of cinema and storytelling while sharing his personal motivations and inspirations that continue to shape his journey as an actor.
आगे बढ़ने का वक्त है. आगे हमारा फिनाले अवार्ड है, लोक कल्याण अवार्ड, लेकिन उससे पहले आप सभी लोगों के लिए एक सरप्राइज है. हम बुलाना चाहेंगे लोकप्रिय अभिनेता और नेशनल अवार्ड विनर विक्रांत मासी को मंच पर. विक्रांत की फिल्में ना सिर्फ कामयाब रही हैं, बल्कि उनकी फिल्मों की कहानियां लाखों को इंस्पायर भी करती रही हैं.
Thank you so much, Vishnuji. Thank you, ma'am. It truly is an honor for me to be here amongst some of the real change makers and nation builders. And to begin with, Shri Gautam Adani ji, thank you so much for having me here. And the ever-growing, ever-impactful Adani family that you all belong to. Thank you so much. I think it's such a privilege to be here amongst some of the sharpest minds. People who not only want to be successful, but also want to leave behind a better tomorrow. And rightly said by Adani ji, that if intent and if business and if purpose can look over profit, I think all of us can leave behind a better tomorrow. And I am primarily a storyteller. There are so many things that I really want to do. There are so many stories that I want to do. But one of the reasons why I probably am standing here is because of 12th Fail. And that movie, if I may continue in Hindi, वो हम सब की कहानी थी. वो आपकी, मेरी, हमारे पूर्वजों की कहानी थी, जिनको ईमानदारी के लिए लड़ना पड़ा सिस्टम से. अपने मन की बात समाज में सुधार लाने के लिए, राष्ट्र प्रेम जताने के लिए उनको लड़ना पड़ा. Cinema has always had this tremendous potential to inspire. We've heard this time and again that cinema and society go hand in hand. And storytelling is one of the oldest forms of entertainment, if I may say so. Movies, we are a very young industry, not even a formally recognized industry, but हजारों सालों से माएं, दादियां, नानियां अपने बच्चों को कहानियां सुनाते आई हैं. So the idea for me to answer your question is to entertain people. But also I feel that at the same time, because of the times that are changing right now, the rapid pace at which we are all moving forward, entertainment can also become infotainment. We can entertain people through whatever mediums, and there are so many mediums available today. But if through the privilege and responsibility that I have today, if I can inspire someone, if I can be the voice for the voiceless, if I can represent the common man of our country, I think I will be a happy person by the end of my journey. And lastly, before I go, I am so highly inspired by each and everyone who's come here. Because as Shri Adani ji said, keep intent, profit, purpose over profit is the way forward. जैसे मैंने कहा कि 12th फेल हम सब की कहानी इसीलिए है क्योंकि अनफॉर्चुनेटली सोशियो इकोनॉमिक पैराडाइम चेंज जो हो रहा है वो बहुत धीरे धीरे हो रहा है. There are initiatives like Green Talks which are really escalating matters, which are really giving people the strength to go out there. And I'm sure कि जैसे हम सबको या हमारे पूर्वजों को हमें भी कहीं ना कहीं जो चैलेंज सेक्टर्स हैं हमारे सोसाइटी के जिनको अपनी बात आज भी आगे रखने का मौका नहीं मिलता है, आई एम श्योर दैट थ्रू प्लेटफॉर्म्स लाइक ग्रीन टॉक्स दिस विल नॉट बी द फ्यूचर ऑफ भारत टुमारो, एंड आई एम एब्सोल्युटली श्योर अबाउट इट. सो I mean, the idea is to leave behind something tomorrow. Lastly, the only inevitable truth that I want to share, because there are such incredible minds, as I said here, we are all going to go. This is an inevitability कि हम सब जाने वाले हैं. If we can leave behind something, like sir also said, कि अगर आप कुछ छोड़ के जाएंगे अपनी कहानियों के जरिए, जो भी आप काम करते हैं उसके ज़रिए, देन आई थिंक कि जो रियल कंट्रीब्यूशन है वही मेरे हिसाब से रियल कंट्रीब्यूशन है. सो थैंक यू सो मच फॉर हैविंग मी हियर. It's truly been incredible listening to such incredible minds, people and change makers who really in the real sense want to leave behind a better tomorrow, a better Bharat. Thank you.
एक और सवाल है मेरा. हम सबको यहाँ मालूम है कि 12th फेल जो है हमारे चेयरमैन की फेवरेट फिल्म है. उन्होंने ये फिल्म कई बार देखी है, इसके डायलॉग्स भी उनको याद हैं. आप इस फिल्म से जुड़ा कोई डायलॉग यहाँ पर मौजूद लोगों को सुनाना चाहेंगे जो आपको इंस्पायर करती है, या फिर कोई और फिल्म जो आपकी हो?
नहीं, मैं इस फिल्म के बारे में इसीलिए कहूँगा क्योंकि ये बिल्कुल सच कहा आपने कि श्री अडानी जी की ये फेवरेट फिल्म है और 2 बार उन्होंने अपने बिजी शेड्यूल में से निकाल के ये फिल्म देखी है. एंड क्योंकि maybe he associates with the film or resonated with the film because वो कहानी जैसे मैंने कहा वो सिर्फ मनोज कुमार शर्मा की कहानी नहीं है, वो इनकी भी कहानी है. आज ये जहाँ बैठे हैं, जितने हजारों घरों के चूल्हे जल रहे हैं, वो एक सिंसियर इंटेंट की वजह से ही हो रहे हैं. आज मैं भी यहाँ खड़ा हूँ अपने जीवन में. परसों ही मैडम राष्ट्रपति जी के साथ होके आया. बस उम्मीद ये रहती है कि ईमानदारी से काम करें, सच्चाई से काम करें एंड अंडरस्टैंड द ट्रांसिएंट नेचर ऑफ लाइफ. तो फिल्म का सिर्फ यही डायलॉग मैं कहना चाहूँगा जो श्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी की एक कविता थी जो आई एम श्योर सर से रेजोनेट भी करती होगी शायद, कि हार नहीं मानूंगा, रार नहीं ठानूंगा, काल के कपाल पर लिखता मिटाता हूँ, गीत नया गाता हूँ, गीत नया गाता हूँ, गीत नया गाता हूँ.
Dr. Krishna Ella was honored with the prestigious Lok Kalyan Award in recognition of his transformative contributions to public health. Most notably, his pivotal role in developing Covaxin during the pandemic, which helped in saving millions of lives and created a deep social impact. This was followed by an insightful address underscoring India's imperative to foster innovation. He shared his current mission to create a TB Mukt Bharat and reflected on how the development of Covaxin was driven by his commitment to give back to the nation.
And I want to congratulate all the awardees here, and I think I want to appreciate the Green Talk. I mean, I'm impressed. There are some of the people who gave presentation is amazing, and I really wish all of them good luck. So I just tell a few points. I was in US. Almost, I'm a US citizen, everything, studied in US and all that. And then my mother told me, son, you are in US, you're making dollars, but you have 9 inches stomach. How much of your money you make, you can't eat more than 9 inches stomach. Come back to do. Every time when I call her, she will tell the same thing, repeating like a gramophone, like recording. Okay, every time. that made me to think so many times that I think, then my wife, for every man's success, woman is also there. I think same with Adani Saab also, the madam also responsible for Adani's success also. It's 100% true in the Indian context. So I came back and, what do I call? I called Gentech company and all that. We named the Bharat Biotech. And when I went to private equity, everybody said, Bharat Biotech is very classical, old name, very traditional, doesn't look nice for a technology company like Bharat, for Indian innovation. We said, let us insist, go for Bharat only. I mean, I coined in 96, the Bharat, okay? So I think, came back, and I want only a few bullet points I want to tell you. I want India to be innovative. We don't want to be copycat country anymore. That's a very important. We need to create innovation. Why is that? I fight some of the ecosystem in the country. I fight quite a lot in the country. The reason I fight, I want my children and my grandchildren to stay back in India. For that, every one of us in this room are responsible to create that ecosystem, what needed to create. Not to be selfish all the time. What is good for my company? That is not the game we should play. We should play what is right for my grandchildren to stay back in the country. I inspired that, and I think we did the Rotavac, and we were the first new molecule, typhoid conjugate, we did that and all that. Chikungunya phase 3, Zika phase 2, phase 2, 3. I think my mission, last mission, right now I'm 70. My mission now is only one thing. Our Honorable Prime Minister said, TB Mukt India. But we have not put any efforts. How do you make the TB Mukt India? That's the sad part of this country. We talk, but we don't achieve something in the ground realities. As a scientist, my contribution is to pay back to the country again and to do something. When we did a co-vaccine, I didn't do thinking that I will do something for this thing for myself, for as a business. I did only for country's sake. The reason it's like a biological, it's become like a nuclear. It's like a nuclear. The biological is not anymore vaccine alone. It's a national security. And you all trade and business, everything can be affected with one simple virus. That's shown clearly. And the future is going to be same reality. It's going to be reality. Whether it's political or vengeance, whatever it is, it will happen. So when we did co-vaccine, we spent almost 1,000 crores on the project. I didn't take 1 rupee also from the government of India. I said, we'll put back for the country's sake to contribute back to the country. So we did that, and I think, with all the geopolitics, whether Adani Saab, everybody is facing the geopolitics of this country, the world. And with the geopolitics, if Covaxin has shown a lot of adverse reaction like other vaccines, how much would have been problem in this country? Just imagine. We did a 27 publication on Covaxin alone. In that 9 Lancet, 3 Nature, and 2 science publications, some other publications. But what I'm saying, we did amazing science, which even Americans or UK could not comment on us, on safety and the efficacy of the vaccine. We produce the best technology in the world. But Indians doesn't respect Indians. That's the problem. The problem is India doesn't respect Indians. And I think we need to change that game. And every one of us, young generation, should change that to future. And I wish all the luck. But I'm really grateful to Adani Saab to honor me. I never expected. Honestly, I didn't come for this award, trust me. So it was sort of surprise to me. And I want to thank Adani and Adani's family. Thank you very much. Mr. Vijay, I want to see the 12th standard failed exam movie. I have not seen him. And amazing, the young talent. When you see the India, you look at those sort of young generations like these entrepreneurs and all that, it gets excitement. And I think every day Adani Saab should do every day one program this, so that a country we are living in a country morning to evening, you look at newspaper, everything negative news. Everything negative news in this country. Nothing positive about it. Okay? I think when we are living with this negative, at least these sort of topics will really inspire us. Thank you very much. Honored to be with Adani family.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank you very much. And we are so honored and delighted to hear Dr. Ella. And it's a privilege to have interviewed him first back in 2014, 2015. And, sort of focus on a lot of the vaccines that he's done. We're delighted to thank all of the members who've been associated with this program, the Adani Group, Mr. Shrudipto Bhattacharya, NDTV at various levels, and ultimately, of course, to all of the innovators who've we've honored today. It's their inspiration, as we've been saying, that really propels us to think about where we are going in this country and the opportunities that they can provide through their innovation and the way in which it all fits into the Green Talks theme, something which as a group we are keen on taking to a truly international stage. Thank you all very much for being with us.
बिल्कुल आज ये एडिशन खत्म होता है लेकिन इस काम के प्रति प्रतिबद्धता जारी रहेगी, साल भर ये काम होता रहेगा। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल होने के लिए आप सभी का। थैंक यू सो मच।
And finally, a final thanks to the chairperson of the Adani Group, Shri Gautam Adani. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. Thank you very much indeed.
Join us in the next episode of Adani Green Talks as we spotlight the Social Impact Awards, an inspiring initiative that honors, celebrates, and empowers social enterprises driving meaningful change.
10 साल तक बालाजी को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे, चंदू भाई को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे। फिर कंपनी बाहर आई, मुंबई में आई, एमएनसी कंपनी को टक्कर दिया।
आपकी शुरुआत कैसे हुई?
खेती काम किया, अकाल पड़ा, फिर मेरे को राजकोट आना पड़ा। एस्टोन सिनेमा में गोविंद भाई खूट ने मेरे को 90 रुपया में नौकरी दी, कैंटीन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे मिल गई। वहाँ चिप्स बाहर से आती थी, वो नहीं टाइम से मिलती थी, तो घर में बनाने लगे।
क्रंच तो बढ़िया है,
क्रिस्पी भी है।
बहुत टाइम के बाद चिप्स खा रहे हैं। आप बहुत ही क्लोज प्रमोटर हेल्ड कंपनी है, 10-15% किसी और को आप देना क्यों चाहते हैं?
ये नेक्स्ट जनरेशन प्रोफेशनल बनना चाहते हैं, तो हमारी कंपनी को पैसा नहीं चाहिए, हमारी कंपनी को एक मैनेजमेंट चाहिए।
आप जिस तरह से आपका स्ट्रेटेजी डिस्क्राइब कर रहे हो और आपने तो कोई MBA किया नहीं है।
जो MBA किया हुआ आदमी खोपड़ी नहीं खरीद सकता।
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product, and therefore it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched, and so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is a correct advice, correct information, and in a right way. The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपके काम के आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई।
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information.
Let's get in Nikhil Nigania, who is director at Bernstein, to tell us about this particular thing. And Nikhil, I will of course thank you firstly for joining in, and to you and team at Bernstein, a very happy Samvat 2082. This is Neeraj here. I will get to the eventual part of how to value these projects, as most of the companies are listed and this is one part of their power ops, right? But firstly, why is this an obvious thing to happen with the power capacities that are being set up, that because not everything will be used, therefore you need storage, and therefore is this an obvious thing, or is there something surprising about the BESS announcements?
No, thanks for having me on the show, Neeraj. So on the BESS story, it's really picking up pace. Completely agree with the analysis you guys just put up. See, the reason it is happening are twofold. Number one is battery prices. So battery prices have crashed across the world. I mean, the battery prices today are at about 1 crore per megawatt hour in India. Turnkey battery storage solution, which used to be upwards of 2.5-3 crores a couple of years back. So they have become like 1/3 almost in a matter of a couple of years, driven by oversupply in China, given by low lithium prices. So this makes the economics for battery very attractive against other options. So solar plus battery is competitive with thermal or even cheaper than thermal in some cases right now. The second reason this is happening is the evening power shortage that India was facing, right? We have enough power when the sun is out, but we don't have power when the sun sets, and battery helps you solve that problem. It helps you shift the supply in the afternoon to the evening times of the day. So these two reasons combined is why we are seeing a big uptick in batteries in India and across the world, actually. Every estimate for across agencies, whether it's IEA or Bloomberg, continues to increase for BESS demand across the world.
So, Nikhil, when I look at the spate of announcements that have happened, I mean, 1 gigawatt seems to be passé. Everybody's talking about plants which are 1 to 3 to 5 to 10 to 20. Now, and you would have had a better sense of this. Is this too much happening too soon? Or do you believe this is just maybe the starting point and a lot more can be accommodated in India?
Yeah, so battery storage definitely has a long and big role to play in India or any other power market for that part. See, if you look at the announcements that have happened, you have to break it into three categories. So one is battery cell manufacturing, where companies such as Vari Energies, Reliance, Exide, Ola are focused. The second is just converting cell to pack, which is a more simpler task which someone like a Premier plans to do as of now. And the third part is a developer part, which is like a Tata Power or even a JSW Energy for that part, who would be just installing and operating those batteries. They won't be manufacturing those batteries. So in this three-step value chain, battery cell manufacturing hardly exists in India right now. Ola is the only one whose plant has become operational. Others are expected to start next year. Battery development, which is setting up a battery plant, is quite simple. What these developers such as Tata and JSW are doing is just importing batteries from China right now and plugging it into the system. So that's a much simpler task. So there we can, as per our estimates, we can absorb about 20 gigawatt hours of battery storage in India a year for the coming 4 to 5 years.
दस साल तक बालाजी को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे, चंदू भाई को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे। फिर कंपनी बाहर आई, मुंबई में आई, एमएनसी कंपनी को टक्कर दिया।
आपकी शुरुआत कैसे हुई?
खेती काम किया, अकाल पड़ा, फिर मेरे को राजकोट आना पड़ा। एस्टोन सिनेमा में गोविंद भाई खूट ने मेरे को 90 रुपया में नौकरी दी। कैंटीन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे मिल गई। वहाँ चिप्स बाहर से आती थी, वो नहीं टाइम से मिलती थी, तो घर में बनाने लगे।
क्रंच तो बढ़िया है,
क्रिस्पी भी है।
बहुत टाइम के बाद चिप्स खा रहे हैं। आप बहुत ही क्लोज प्रमोटर हेल्ड कंपनी है, 10-15% किसी और को आप देना क्यों चाहते हैं?
ये नेक्स्ट जनरेशन प्रोफेशनल बनना चाहते हैं, तो हमारी कंपनी को पैसा नहीं चाहिए, हमारी कंपनी को एक मैनेजमेंट चाहिए।
आप जिस तरह से आपका स्ट्रेटजी डिस्क्राइब कर रहे हो, और आपने तो कोई MBA किया नहीं है।
जो MBA किया हुआ आदमी खोपड़ी नहीं खरीद सकता।
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product, and therefore it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. Now, with the latest fundraise announcement by Federal Bank, one thing is clear. Foreign buyers are finding their way to Indian banks. This is now the fourth bank which has confirmed that a foreign investor is buying a sizable stake. This is also the sixth such deal where an Indian financial services firm is raising equity from investors abroad. We have had the likes of IDFC First, Yes Bank and RBL who have made similar announcements. Other than them, non-banks such as Manappuram Finance and Samman Capital have also joined the party. The questions then to ask our guests is what is actually bringing this investment in? Why Indian banks now? And lastly, is there going to be some amount of regulatory change in strategic thinking? And to discuss this and further, I have with me my guest for the day. Firstly, let's start with Gurmeet Chadha from Compete's Circle. Gurmeet, welcome to this conversation. I want to start off that conversation, that first question with you. We also have Vivek Ramji Iyer from Grant Thornton Bharat, who's joining us on this conversation. I'll start with Gurmeet first, though. What is happening with Indian banks and Indian financial services firm? Why is there so much foreign investor interest coming into this?
So, if you see, there have been a few changes RBI done. It started with the liquidity approach changing last year with CRR cuts and then, liquidity measures. Then I think there's been a regulatory shift in last two credit policies. In fact, the last policy was more like a credit policy where they changed the lending norms from a rule-based approach. It's now becoming more flexible, market-driven approach. They reduced, even in small finance bank, the priority sector targets were kept, the risk weights were reduced to infrastructure lenders, host of measures. There were 22 measures, a kind of a mini budget, if you may call it, from a banking parlance last policy. And I think third is openness to, get more foreign capital, especially in banks where either there has been a stress in the balance sheet or they need growth capital. So I think it's an important pivot from a liquidity point of view, regulatory point of view, credit point of view, and a growth point of view. As economy growth picks up, as consumption picks up, I think RBI also wants to lesser micromanage, banks and have more stronger entities. And that's an important shift. So I think you will see more in the offering. There could be more revision to the voting right issue, which has been pending for long. There could be also increase in limit to individual investors, which is automatic route is 5%. And with RBI approval is around 9.9. This may also be relooked at. So you will see, I think this is banking reforms 2.0 loading in my view, and with openness to get good marquee names, and some of the names which have come in, which is in Yes Bank, in RBL, and now with Blackstone. I think these are very marquee names. So sends a very strong message to from an FDI perspective also.
Banking reforms 2.0 and a strong message to investors abroad, across the board. Vivek, I want to take this question with you. I understand from a domestic point of view why the system seems to be opening up. But from a foreign investor point of view, if you can tell us a little bit about what Indian banks are giving them as potential investment opportunities.
See, from an investment standpoint, obviously there is a significant demographic dividend in India. With the whole focus on increasing financial inclusion, the market size that is actually available for all banks only increases. As a result of that, the growth opportunities that is actually available for each one of the financial institutions is significant. Given this fact, it obviously offers a great investment opportunity. Secondly, it also offers a good diversification for them compared to how the rest of the world is doing. There is significant uncertainty in the rest of the world, and investment in an Indian banking system is an exposure to the Indian economy. And as a result of that, they are able to kind of make returns from the domestic growth story. So the from a foreign investor standpoint, demographic dividend and the opportunity to participate in the Indian growth story. I think these are the two significant opportunities that gets foreign investors significantly interested in India.
Gurmeet, the pricing of these investments has also been quite a bit of discussion point. You saw what 272 on RBL Bank. Today's is 227. Slight difference in the numbers, but interesting sort of figure because it's coming very close to where the current trade is happening on that stock. So I want to understand from you, how do you see the pricing of these issues? Do you think that they're coming at the right valuation, or is this being purposefully underpriced, because a lot of this is also primary money that's coming into these banks?
See, for example, Federal Bank still trades at about 1.1, 1.2 book value. It doesn't necessarily need capital the way probably RBL did because of the stress in credit card and microfinance and some of the other portfolios. This probably would be growth capital, actually improves capital adequacy and most norms by a few basis points. So it's essentially growth capital. I think the earlier focus was more, if you see the previous deals, to bail out troubled banks. So if you see DBS over Dhanlakshmi Bank and some of the other deals, it was more in terms of getting a bailout. This seems to be more a bit of growth capital and a bit of much needed infusion, especially Federal Bank. And Federal Bank also had a leadership transition, Mr. Manian coming in from Kotak. A lot of respect for him in building Kotak the way that franchise is today. And last quarter results were pretty good. Their CASA improved, their NIMs improved despite repo rate cuts and a challenging environment. The loan mix seems to be improving. So it's on a good path. So some of these banks are around price to book. And with this kind of capital infusion and more importantly, good names coming, opens up more avenues. For example, cost of fund issue gets more broader. You may have lower cost of funds, broader access to foreign capital. With RBI changes in investment banking, they have allowed acquisition, for example, to be financed through bank. To me, that's a big move. And if larger players come in, that's a big positive. Also, the cap on lending to corporate, which was capped at 10,000 crore, above 10,000 crore, you had to provision 3% more, which made it very unviable. That goes away. So multiple things will happen. Growth capital, acquisition related funding, corporate loan book. And last 4 or 5 years, if you see it, it's been the retail book which has been surging, in corporate book, and the mid-corporate book has not been going that great. I think that could change now with a lot of hosts of these development, and as you know, the private capital cycle picks up.
I'm curious to understand your view, Gurmeet, on the domestic investors, how they should view these opportunities that are opening up, right? Because these foreign investors, lenders, whoever is showing interest in the domestic banks, so should your local investors also start looking at them as re-rating opportunities?
Looks like selectively in few banks, and especially with exit of Citi in the past, where assets were sold to Axis Bank, few other foreign banks exited. I think also a good message also goes to international investors. I think banking will see a bit of a re-rating, especially in banks which are more favorable in terms of price to book valuations, whether it is Federal or RBL. Even Yes Bank, I think, is going a lot of, there will be a more transition. I think there will be more cleaning up which needs to be done in the balance sheet, but it's a transition going on. So some opportunities will come, and government has made this fact clear that they want a couple of our banks in the global league in terms of the sheer size of the balance sheet. Today, SBI, if you see, is about 55 lakh crore, which is not even $1 trillion balance sheet. It's got $600 odd billion. So I think you will have 2-3 large banks also figuring in the global league. So I think from a long-term view, looks good. Credit growth is picking up, GDP growth is picking up, and banking is great proxy, as you rightly said, to nominal GDP growth.
I want to take that point forward from Gurmeet. So Vivek, I'll come to you. What is it that your smaller banks or their mid-sized banks are offering that your larger peers, because the large part of this investment is coming into the mid-sized banking space, right? Like IDFC First, RBL, Yes Bank, now Federal Bank. What is it that they are giving that your larger peers are not giving at this stage?
No, I think they don't need capital. I mean, there is no there's no dearth of opportunities there, and in some cases the foreign limit is also almost to the point it is allowed. Smaller banks give you scale because the base is lower. Valuation, as I said, whether it is Federal, whether it is Yes, whether it is RBL, it's more closer to book value. HDFC, ICICI trade at 3 to 4 times book value. So there is valuation, there is scale, and more importantly, RBI will be more keen to have stronger hands in in rather, I would not say weaker, but less stronger bank than the top banks. It's a combination of both.
I was actually asking this question to Vivek also because, Vivek, when we are looking at the current lay of the land in the Indian banking sector, what is it that your mid-sized banks are giving that your larger peers are not giving you as an investment opportunity?
See, as an investment opportunity, the mid-sized banks offer a lot more upside compared to the larger banks. The reason obviously is because of the fact that they are far more nimble in terms of new products. Their ability to kind of get into partnerships and alliances is far more flexible. And their ability to also kind of work back on their technology stacks, which serves as a backbone for supporting any kind of growth from their standpoint, is easier compared to the larger banks. So their internal structure enables them to be nimble and quick. And as well as given their current level of scale, there is a lot more upside in terms of the returns that can be generated as a result of adding more scale. So from a mid-sized bank standpoint, there is a lot more opportunity in terms of capital from that standpoint, which is where you see investments essentially in terms of there, because the need for growth capital needs to come from an opportunity to be seen for growth, and greater opportunities for growth is for the mid-sized banks with an ability to generate more returns. So that's at least where I see that segment offering a greater return on investment compared to the larger organizations.
Super. On that point, I have with me Ashwin Parekh, of course, a long-term banking sector watcher, an expert in everything. Somebody I go to whenever there is a question on situations like this. But Mr. Parekh, the first question to you: when you see these investment announcements that are coming in, and they're coming in fast and furious, right? How do you view the sector? How do you view these announcements in the context of the business that is happening today?
Sure. So, see, one thing is pretty certain, that banking in India or worldwide, I mean, it's a very long-term business. And sort of normally it does return quite well if you're very particular about the quality of your book, basically. So, I mean, certainly it's a good attraction. Now, what is important, however, is, I mean, the opportunity is always there. What is important is that the regulator has really agreed to really bring in both financial investors and strategic investors. We saw, in case of, let's say, RBL, for example, we have a strategic investor who's coming in. So in both the cases, I see that the stories are very different. In case of financial investors, of course, they will not be able to take more than, or they won't take more than 9.9% or 10% of the equity, and that too, they have to go through the RBI approval. Everybody has to go through the RBI approval. But only in case of strategic investments, the desire on the part of the capital provider would be that they would want to give a shape to that organization, to that bank, and therefore there would be larger participation in governance, in day-to-day management as well, in fact, through the governance policies. So to that extent, I would say the investments that we are seeing now in the banking are very different. But banking certainly is a very interesting sector for foreign investors, both financial investors and strategic investors to look at.
Understood. Gurmeet, I want to come back to you. When you are looking at, when you're looking at the spate of announcements that are coming in, and as somebody who actively participates in the market out there, do you think that there is a valuation premium now, maybe for your mid-sized banks, because you've got honestly, they've got the bragging rights, right?
No, I think you have to be more balanced because, banking is far more complex. You also want to have banks in a portfolio where you don't wake up in the morning with any credit accidents, and you need stability. So, it's like having larger banks which give you stability, returns in line with the broader credit growth. I think credit growth you will see now getting into early double digits and probably more as a couple of quarters go by. So you need that. And I think if you see HDFC's commentary after 2-3 years of consolidation, mind you, it is a 27 lakh crore balance sheet. To say that now we will grow faster than industry also means that you probably will be adding, let's say, a Kotak Bank or an industry bank every year, right? So you need stronger banks because they've consolidated, whether it is ICICI, HDFC or SBI. And then you need some of these banks which can give you high growth with some bit of volatility, because, as I said, in some banks like RBL, Yes Bank, there is still work in progress in terms of skeletons getting cleaned up, in terms of provisioning, etc. So I think a combination should help, and you should be a better risk manager also, especially in banking, because when it hits you hard, you don't know what has happened in banking, right? So be more balanced, and once banks who manage risk better eventually give returns better.
It's an interesting point you're bringing in, and I want to ask all three of you one by one. So I'll start first with Gurmeet. When you are in this situation, Gurmeet, where the conversation is about these foreign investors coming in, there's also this noise about, oh, we are giving up too much to a foreign investor because these are, at the end of the day, banks in India who are going to serve Indians, right? We shouldn't be letting so much foreign interest come into the bank. How do you view that?
See, I think, as I said, you'll see more reforms. My sense is that cap on corporate investor will also be relooked at over a period of time. RBI will be selective with it, considering some of the bad experience we have had in intergroup lending and intragroup lending in the past, without taking names right now. So I think, but as I said, they will relook at, I think that even the voting rights should be looked at some point of time. And even the cap, which is 5% currently on automatic route and around 10% to RBI approval, will eventually also be looked at selectively. So I don't think so there should be any complaint as far as that is concerned. And look at some of the corporates, wherever there are opportunities, we have seen investments. So for example, in RBL, you have an M&M which had 3.3% stake. It can obviously would have gone up. You have, let's say, for example, Zerodha having stake in RBL. So a lot of corporates also are showing interest, other than the fact that they have their own NBFCs in picking up and being passive investors. So there will be two kinds of corporate investors: one being passive and one who really want to get a proper banking arm in place. So I think more things will come up. You will also see more reforms and more flexibility as far as even the smaller finance banks are concerned.
Sure. Vivek, quick question to you. Okay, when I was talking to the CEOs, the past CEO at Federal Bank, Shyam Srinivasan, and the current CEO, K.V.S. Manian, and I'm not asking you a question about Federal Bank, but the direction in which this is going, right? So one of the core tenets of Shyam Srinivasan was to have the most admired bank out there. I think every bank will probably want to chase some variation of that, right? With the new CEO, it's more focused on growth, on delivering better returns to shareholders, while also being fair to the customer. With the inclusion of a private equity investor or somebody who's considered not very strategic, but considered more short-term return-oriented, do you think that domestic banks face the problem of profitability over service?
So it is a consistent dialogue that actually happens within the private equity as well as the banking institutions. Banking institutions tend to view the whole decision over a long term and actually see it as a continuum. So sometimes it is about also explaining to the private equity investors that the kind of profitability expectations that you may have in the short term, you will need to kind of temper and understand that, because over a long term, you need to look at your investment. So it is a consistent dialogue. I'm not saying it's an easy conversation. I'm not also saying that, private equity will definitely have a long-term focus. No, the focus is on returns. The whole idea is to facilitate actually a dialogue between the banking institution and the private equity, primarily from a perspective of ensuring that both are aligned, which is also one of the reasons I believe that it is not probably the right time to increase voting rights. Because I believe that it is also very important for an Indian institution to run the banking institution in the context of the country within which it operating, which necessarily may not be something that the private equities may be able to kind of understand immediately. Because you need to be a hands-on operations manager to run a business more effectively. That's at least where the piece is, but it actually requires a consistent dialogue, and I believe that having with the investment coming in, it essentially means that the stakeholders are aligned. There are conversations, because essentially a deal would conclude only when I think both the parties are on the same page with respect to how to look at growth.
Of course. Mr. Parekh, a question to you about regulatory easing as well. There has been commentary from Gurmeet about the fact that we are going towards an easier regulatory regime, maybe less strict on entry barriers, but still ensuring that your supervision and regulation remains tight. When Vivek was talking about the voting rights cap, that is also a very contentious issue, that 26% should that continue or not. How do you view the regulatory landscape evolving? And do you think that maybe easing up on these things is essential in the current ecosystem?
Yes, I mean, it is. So, I mean, let me at the outset say that banking is certainly a medium to a long-term kind of a proposition. I mean, it's not one of those where, let's say, you're looking at a 3-year or a 5-year horizon. It will have to be a little beyond that. I mean, if you're looking at 5 years, then you will have to really tame your expectations. I mean, as Vivek said. But I would just put it in a different perspective. See, if I look at the insurance sector, for example, and I'm only drawing some comparison, only a little one. I mean, insurance is a long-term kind of an investment, kind of let's say, a requirement or an environment. Now, there I find that of late, the regulator has been going very easy or very slow in approving, let's say, financial investors, particularly coming from PEs. You know, I mean, private equities and all, they've been very particular about it. Now, I thought, I mean, one of the reasons why they were doing that was they wanted to understand investors behind that specific fund from which, let's say, this particular investment is likely to come in, and whether they will stay put for a longer period, and if there is a need for further capital requirement in the bank, whether the investors behind would be prepared to do a second round of funding or a third round of funding. Now, these are some of the complicated questions, basically. The regulator will have to be mindful of this, certainly, because we may have a situation like we had, for example, during the global financial crisis, when we started realizing that people were pulling out their investments from out of India. They were taking them back home, for example. So if you have too much of this, without adequate sort of guardrails, then this could lead to a bit of a question mark later on. I mean, the hot money, as we call it, may start getting away from the banking system after a certain period. So it has to be a bit of mix of both, strategic and financial investment, both, keeping some kind of a medium to long-term sort of requirement in mind. But yes, the regulator is warming up, and this is very encouraging to see. There is a recognition that banking sector needs much more capital, and it cannot come only from the retail investors any longer. So therefore, and then it's not going to come from businesses or corporates. I mean, the RBI has clearly said no to it. So in that backdrop, I thought, raising capital from, let's say, foreign investors, both financial investors and strategic, is a good way out for the regulator to look at. I mean, but of course, they'll have to start putting some good guardrails, and as well as at the same time, open up a few things like voting rights and all at the same time. So it's a bit of both. I mean, basically, for the regulator.
Sure. Gurmeet, you've mentioned a couple of times about the easing regulations. You've also talked about corporates in the space. I think one complaint that a lot of people seem to have is that the minute you open the financial services or actually banking space for corporates, a lot of business ends up being serving the broader corporate entity rather than the customer. How do you view that argument?
I agree, and I think there has been, as I said, instances in the past, especially when NPS ballooned from 2009 to 13. Different names were called. So I think, as I said, RBI will be selective. You cannot have a blanket approval of corporate investing and limits going up. I think selectively, but well-run corporates, well-governed corporates with good track record, I think need to be given a pie along with foreign investors in the Indian banking space. And I think RBI will selectively look at it. And as I said, we would see more reforms coming in. So I think it will be a very balanced approach. And that's why you see they are doing it, on a step-by-step basis. The first important thing was liquidity. Second was in terms of leniency in credit, because RBI became too tight when post 2019. And in terms of micromanaging it, in terms of getting into even something like KYC norms and digital banking norms being flouted, etc. I think now, once the message is sent, they're gradually opening up. And as I said, you will see series of steps. So this is just one step in terms of corporates being allowed. More will follow.
Got that, Gurmeet. Last question, and we're really running out of time, gentlemen, but I want to ask first Vivek and then Mr. Parekh. The situation seems to be buy rather than build, especially when your foreign investors and foreign banks are being concerned in the current landscape. How do you view this, Vivek? Firstly, you.
So it makes sense to basically get into the buy and to the buy versus the build approach, because see, banking, India is a unique market, and banking in the context of the Indian market is not something that essentially a foreign investor would be able to understand immediately from the word go. And also the regulatory environment is continuously evolving. There needs to be a lot of experience in terms of understanding the market. So the best way to approach would be to take the buy approach instead of build, because build essentially would require a far longer waiting period.
Mr. Parekh, a quick answer from you on this as well.
Well, actually, it's a very interesting subject. You know, what happens in the normal course is that in case of build and buy, for example, build or buy, you know, I mean, we've seen that, let's say, if you look at foreign banks or banking presence in India in the 90s, in 80s, 90s, and 2000, it was fairly strong. I mean, they were actually dominating the market in terms of good technology, good risk management practices. 2000 onwards, things changed. And then after global financial crisis, things changed dramatically. Foreign banks started losing their interest in India. Many of them wound up their even branch presence in India. Once again, the interest has begun because India is a very performing economy. And I suppose people have started once again looking at India, I mean, and banking in India as an opportunity. But I still believe that from the regulator's perspective, he'll have to exercise a lot of caution. You know, I mean, in terms of inviting this capital into the banking system, they have to make sure that at least it stays in the system. You know, I mean, because one of the prime factors is credit expansion.
Yeah.
For which you need capital. And, you know, you just cannot, and the CD ratios are already hitting the roof at the moment at this point in time, which means more and more capital is required by banking system. With disintermediation arising out of less deposits going to the banking system, I think capital is the only answer. And that's something the regulator seems to have recognized, I think.
Understood. All right, Mr. Parekh, Gurmeet, as well as Vivek, thank you so much for joining us on this conversation, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure talking to you as always. I wish we had a little bit more time to have to delve a little bit deeper into this. But that was our conversation. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit for more news and updates.
दस साल तक बालाजी को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे, चंदू भाई को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे। फिर कंपनी बाहर आई, मुंबई में आई, एमएनसी कंपनी को टक्कर दिया।
आपकी शुरुआत कैसे हुई?
खेती काम किया, अकाल पड़ा, फिर मेरे को राजकोट आना पड़ा। एस्टोन सिनेमा में गोविंद भाई खूट ने मेरे को 90 रुपया में नौकरी दी। कैंटीन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे मिल गई। वहाँ चिप्स बाहर से आती थी, वो नहीं टाइम से मिलती थी, तो घर में बनाने लगे।
क्रंच तो बढ़िया है,
क्रिस्पी भी है।
बहुत टाइम बाद चिप्स खा रहे हैं। आप बहुत ही क्लोज प्रमोटर हेल्ड कंपनी है, 10-15% किसी और को आप देना क्यों चाहते हैं?
ये नेक्स्ट जनरेशन प्रोफेशनल बनना चाहते हैं, तो हमारी कंपनी को पैसा नहीं चाहिए, हमारी कंपनी को एक मैनेजमेंट चाहिए।
आप जिस तरह से आपका स्ट्रेटेजी डिस्क्राइब कर रहे हो, और आपने तो कोई MBA किया नहीं है।
जो MBA किया हुआ आदमी खोपड़ी नहीं खरीद सकता।
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product. And therefore, it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched. And so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is a correct advice, correct information, and in a right way. The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education.
Now, if the EV revolution had a poster child, it would be none other than Karthikeya Haryani, founder and CEO of ChargeZone.
From building cutting-edge EV charging solutions to driving India's transition to clean mobility, Karthikeya is turning ideas into real-world impact and fast.
And let's be honest, if your car is in charge, you're probably wishing he was your BFF.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Karthikeya Haryani, the man who's keeping India moving one charge at a time.
Moderating this discussion will be NDTV Profit's managing editor, Tamanna Inamdar. A huge round of applause, please.
Okay, so I've had an opportunity over the last 2 days to understand and spend some time with Karthikeya, getting a sense of what an important part of the EV ecosystem comes from what ChargeZone does. And it's crucial because even as EV adoption is growing at a frenetic pace, the question that people have in mind when they're looking at buying an electric vehicle is always, charging mein dikkat to nahi hogi. And this is where the answer is. Just for your information, ChargeZone has 70% of the market share of EV charging. That's quite a feat. Karthikeya, let's start today by understanding the ChargeZone ecosystem, what this company is and what you aim to do.
All right. So, ChargeZone solves EV charging or range anxiety for EV owners. This idea was created in the year 2017. It came into being in the summer of 2018 when Government of India declared EV charging as a consumer service and kept it away from the clutches of power trading regulations. And that was, I still vaguely remember, probably around mid-April evening, we created ChargeZone as a name, as a brand. And then we had a kind of a sort of a pre-COVID journey as well, plus post-COVID too. But in the beginning, we started solving EV charging for fleet customers, for electric buses and electric cars in those days. Post-COVID, various format of vehicles came in. And then we decided to focus on creating high-speed charging corridors for four-wheelers or large format commercial EVs, including cars, buses, and now even trucks for corporate customers, for fleet customers, for individual customers, and so on. And today, we have emerged to be India's largest EV charging network with almost 14,000 charging points across the country. Yeah.
So you are solving for, you said you're solving for anxiety of those who have electric vehicles.
Yeah.
So is it feasible right now to buy an electric vehicle and not worry that if you run out, where is the closest petrol pump? Are we there yet?
We're already there yet, yeah. Thanks to various ecosystem players, it's not just us. Our peers, our competitors in the market, plus our other stakeholders, that is the electric car OEMs, electric vehicle OEMs, who have started investing or co-investing into EV charging stations by putting the valuable capex in the city hubs, on highway stations, and so on. So I must say one thing: this was probably the answer would have been a mixed one last year, maybe this time last year, but today I can say with confidence that go and buy an electric car And yes, if you face a rain anxiety, just call me.
Okay, we'll be putting his number out after this
Why
show.
not? Yeah, all right.
I just want to understand a bit about your journey as well, Karthikeya, because you started, you're a trained electrical engineer. Yeah. You started out with a very, very stable corporate job with a large conglomerate, and then you've taken this leap. Is entrepreneurship something you've always dreamed of, and what made you take that risk?
Yeah. So what prompted me was something during my university days that probably during the journey, we'll like to create something very innovative, something from scratch, something, well, Atmanirbharta is probably a new name that is trending, but 20, 25 years ago, it was always there as an instinct that can I really put my knowledge into a practical use and help technology come to the masses. Now, that was a very high-level, blurred vision, I would say, for myself. And well, the journey started in 2010 as an entrepreneur. It was into renewable energy. While EV ecosystem I came across the EV ecosystem, or rather EV ecosystem picked me and my team then to solve for the masses in terms of technology adoption. And today when we talk about EV charging, it is nothing but a network of so-called petrol pumps, which does not sell molecules, but it sells electrons. And I'm glad that that blurred vision came into reality in the middle of last decade. But today, every day, I feel that it's a day one to do something new, something more creative.
No, but you know, it's not an easy decision at that time because you worked with a large infrastructure company, and you know, in case you want to give those details, what made you give up that very, very secure job? How did your family take it? What was the reaction then?
Well, I won't recommend that again to anybody, to be honest. Yeah. When you have a house on mortgage and the baby is just born. So I've also been accompanied by my co-founder and my beautiful wife, Kennedy, here. But let's put it this way. Sometimes there's always a push and the pull factor. Yeah. In a large corporate setup, you may want to do a lot of things, but then you are being confined into probably systems, sometimes processes, even bureaucracy as well. But having said that, it was a spur-of-moment decision, to be honest.
Spur of the moment.
Yeah,
I wonder how you reacted, man. I would love to hear. Spur of the moment decision.
Absolutely,
I think definitely that's as much credit to her that, you know, she was okay with this.
Yeah,
wow,
she was okay.
Amazing.
After 10 years, yes, she's okay now. Yeah. All right. But as one of my friend had quoted, he says, as an entrepreneur, there are three things. Much has been spoken about. First two, hard work and passion. But third is access to capital. And I must say one thing. I'm the product of the new policy of the current government, which has started somewhere in 2016-17. Startup India, Stand Up India as one of them. But the time of being an entrepreneur is now in this country, in this market, where there were time, the access to capital was only through public markets, but it's extremely difficult for first-time entrepreneurs, first-time businessmen, first-time promoters like me. But I must say that since 2021 onwards, I think there has been no dearth of capital. In fact, there's dearth of ideas or even dearth of lack of skill of execution, but certainly there's no longer dearth of capital anymore.
That's amazing. You know, you have to contextualize this. When we listen to slogans, Stand Up India, Start Up India, you wonder what it is. What is it going to actually lead up to? Here's a living example. And I think that's very impressive, and it's also inspirational to people out there, because this current generation, for you it was a tough call. I think this current generation is not necessarily interested in getting a cushy job and spending the next 25 years there.
Sure.
They want to achieve what you have. What is your advice for them?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, probably 30% of our workforce are already millennials. Yeah, and now the Gen Zs are also coming in. And I can see that they are brimming with very good ideas. In fact, they need an environment, a team that they can bounce upon their ideas, work upon them, have a factor of encouragement to test and experiment those ideas and go after it. Yeah, that was probably not the case even 15 years ago, I would say. Yeah.
It's acceptable now to take those risks.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's it.
I want to talk a bit about the EV ecosystem because you are an integral part of it. You know, you're the last mile. We can talk all we want about being safe in terms of energy as a nation, being reliant, etc., not having to import as much. But is the EV ecosystem really here to stay, or is it a bit of hype? Now, yesterday, we had a very prominent speaker on this platform that talked about the EV system, saying it's a bit of a hype. This individual said EV car is like a toy car. What would be your response?
Yeah. So obviously, if you are driving to your office in a Lambo or a Ferrari every day, for sure, any other car will look like a toy car. Yeah. But let's zoom out a bit. Let's pause for a second now and see, as a nation, as a citizen of this country, 80% of our energy needs are still imported. This is a matter of fact. Crude oil is getting imported, coal is imported, and so on. Now, when you talk about electric mobility, there are two parts of it, right? There is a vehicle or a product, and then there is a fuel. Market is there, of course. Yeah, there are people. Yeah. But when we look at the fuel part, let's start addressing the easier part of it. Electricity is produced from various sources in the country. Renewable energy contributes almost 20 to 25% of the daily needs of we Indians. Now, when in a country like us, where we are blessed by sun gods and wind gods, both Surya Deta and Varun Deta, that is solar and wind, I don't think we should be holding ourselves back in terms of creating more sources, more alternatives for electricity for this market, or for our country rather. Now, talking about the product, well, automobile engineering or automotive industry has been around for the last 100 years. I don't know if most of you or some of you might be aware that around 120 years ago, actually there was the first car that came was also, or one of the first few cars that came was also an electric car. Yeah. So if but somehow for some reason it got dominated by, the industry got dominated by oil and gas, that's petrol and diesel. But now let's fast forward in the current decade or the current year context. For our country, these products of, that is electric vehicles, are being produced to, I won't say a mass scale yet, but certainly the penetration of new vehicles has touched 5% as of last quarter. Which means if you look at or pick up any OEM in the country, you will find that they have at least one electric vehicle as a product, whether it's a two-wheeler, three-wheeler, car, or a bus, or even a truck now.
Even the most hesitant ones have. You're right. And, you know, we speak to, on NDTV Profit, we speak to OEMs, auto companies all of the time. Even the most hesitant ones.
Yes.
The largest player by volume has, you know, reluctantly decided that they have to come in with an electric car. Have you seen that adoption also go up? Because the numbers that we track show that EV adoption has zoomed.
Okay. So I think this question can be asked to the audience here. So you've been seeing more green number plates these days than, let's say, a year ago. And from the charging point of view, we measure, we eat, drink, breathe electrons every day. Yeah. Just be careful that we don't get, you know, electrified. But obviously, when we talk about the consumption on our network has steadily been growing. In fact, we have seen a 10% growth month on month since February this year.
10% growth in usage?
In usage of our charging station, 10% month on month. Now, this was very incredible. In fact, we were also surprised because for the last 3 years, we saw most of the announcements. We saw there were newsreels, there were people talking about EV charging, people being skeptical about it and so on. But end of 24, a lot changed. And one of the major factors was the cost of batteries. The cost of battery cells, which is a basic raw material for battery packs, came down by almost 50%. And that made the TCO, total cost of ownership, to be extremely competitive compared to the cost of EV, which was, say, let's say, in the beginning of 23 or 24.
Having said that, allow me to play devil's advocate.
Yeah, sure.
Because since you are obviously so, you know, you're living, breathing the idea of electric vehicles, let me take the reverse position on this.
Yeah.
It costs more.
Yeah.
An EV vehicle still costs more. And if it's a four-wheeler, it's nearly 1.5 to 2 times we're talking about on an average cost more.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, people should love the environment, but they don't want to pay out of it from their pocket.
Correct.
How do you solve for that?
All right. So let's address the elephant in the room. Yeah. When a few minutes ago, I did mention about energy needs and other things. Now let's understand the personal priority and the national priority or the business priority. Well, the product or EV car or EV bus or a truck for that matter is definitely almost twice more expensive. There are new models of cars which are also now become very competitive, which has bought to a very striking distance of 1.3 times or 1.5 times expensive. But the real thing is the arbitrage between the cost of running or OPEX unit economics of diesel or ICE vehicles versus electric. I'll give you a small example. If you're driving a petrol or diesel car, it will cost 8 to 10 rupees per kilometer as a mileage. While when you buy an electric car and if you're charging at home, it is less than 1 rupee per kilometer, as a matter of fact. If you use our public charging network, then it is probably 2.5 to 3 rupees per kilometer. So there's a roughly 70 to 80% of savings on the OPEX cost, the running cost of your vehicle. When you look at a commercial vehicle, well, we have another platform called Billion Electric Mobility. My colleague Sanjeev, who is the CEO of Billion Electric, and we just reached a fleet size of 100 trucks, both 55-tonner and 19-tonner. And well, today, our customers are paying exactly the same cost of diesel on a per kilometer basis as much as for electric, which means on a TCO basis or a total cost of ownership, the arbitrage of diesel versus electricity tilts the balance in the favor of EVs. Let us also understand that there are multiple factors why we as a country need to adopt e-mobility or more of electric vehicles. And the first and foremost factor has been obviously reducing the carbon footprint, as I said. But let me give you another data point. So if by 2030, which also government has envisioned, if by 2030, if there are 30% of vehicles being electric, we'll be saving enough dollars. There is up to 80 to 90 billion dollar of forex reserves, which will fund the education and healthcare budget of this country. Yeah.
That's amazing.
So instead of your or my priority for buying an electric, I guess it should be a national priority for various business houses, various corporates to push for electric adoption.
But then on an individual level, someone needs to facilitate that.
Yeah.
Either it's the business house or the corporate, or it is the government, because an individual will look. But in the calculation that you provided, clearly, if it's costing you 1/3 in terms of fueling your car, then that makes a difference. Point number 2, or question number 2. How sure can you be of ensuring that you will be able to charge your car if you're moving out of mega cities?
Correct.
If you don't live in a Delhi, Mumbai, Bengaluru, you live in a remote location. Why should I have an EV? I'm not sure if I will. Even electricity is not as consistent there, the supply of electricity.
Absolutely. Yeah, let me try to answer your question in 2 parts. So I can vouch for your personal mobility because Tamanna, I know you live in Mumbai and you don't buy a car only to move around Mumbai. Of course, you might be taking car only once in a year to Pune, but yet you want that reliability part, the range anxiety to be solved and so on. But let me put it this way. Since Jan 25, this has been our data from our network. There were roughly 100,000 new electric car owners got added onto our network. And every 45th day, they are coming onto a charging network on a highway, which means an electric car is no longer your second car. But maybe it may not be the first car yet, but it is slowly becoming your most preferred car to navigate not only within the city, but also in the suburbs, and also to take a plunge on a short intercity travel, maybe Delhi-Jaipur or Delhi-Dehradun even. And for that matter, CharZone has electrified more than 40,000 highway kilometers in the country. In fact, you can drive from Amritsar to Chennai using our network without any range anxiety issue. Wow. Now, which also means that, and it's not just us, as I said, there are other players who has also enabled some of the highway locations and so on. And we truly understand the the psychology of a electric car owner, that well, I've not just bought this as a city car, but I want to go out of station. But there's another challenge, is a grid reliability issue. Well, if you talk about grid reliability, it's not just about our country. I've seen many developed countries. I've been, for the last 10 years, I've traveled probably more than 35 countries around the world. And I've seen basic problems related to applied electrical engineering, transmission issues, distribution issues, and so on. And I must say that this problem is now getting solved by battery energy storage. And earlier, we believed that the battery energy storage is only to solve the grid reliability issue. But if you see some of the screen, some of the slides which are just on my background, there is an RE adoption with battery energy storage. If you combine RE and battery energy storage, you are actually bringing a very compelling factor to the equation itself. So today, most of those charging stations are now getting backed by battery energy storage, but they are not just for grid reliability issue, but also we are bringing RE into the equation, which also means the EV is now more cleaner, more better than it was before. Yeah.
So how do you see this moving forward? You talked about 40,000 kilometers of highways that you have now electrified.
That's right.
At what speed and pace does this grow? Where there is enough security of someone who has an electric vehicle, whether it's for commercial purposes or personal use, to move out without worry. What is that timeline that you see? And since you are the dominant player in this space, what does it mean for the ecosystem?
Yeah. So for the ecosystem, okay, let's put it in this way. There are several CPOs. Our industry is called a CPO industry, charge point operators. And there are more than probably 10 different players in different parts of the country setting up charging stations and enabling the e-mobility journey for electric customers like such as maybe yourself or even the futuristic customers such as yourself. And I must say that out of the 19,000 zip codes, there are more than 60% of the zip codes that has already been enabled by EV charging infrastructure, which means that you can actually go for mid-mile distances, as I said, like 300, 400 kilometers, without blinking, or you can take a decision that, well, I can go and drive to the nearest city or a nearest vacancy possible, for example. On the other side, the technology enables a lot of electric mobility. Our charging stations are unmanned in nature. You can use our app, or you can simply drive up to a station, scan the QR code, make the payment, and charge it by yourself.
Do you also see it becoming faster? Because that's, the other question mark. Do I want to wait 25 minutes to charge my vehicle?
Yeah, correct. So we have moved up the curve now. We have started introducing superchargers, which are 240 kilowatt, 180 kilowatt charging stations. In fact, some of our charging stations, or the capacity of charging stations range from 0.5 megawatt to 1.2 megawatt as well, which caters to cars. But we are also building the infra for intercity buses and intercity trucks as well. There are 11 corridors in the south and the west that has been electrified by us with supercharging network for all the three format of vehicles.
Okay, so the future looks completely electric and quite charged. Thank you so much, Karthikeya, for speaking with us and explaining to us your vision. Big round of applause.
Thank you very much.
For an electrified India. Thank you.
10 साल तक बालाजी को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे, चंदू भाई को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे। फिर कंपनी बाहर आई, मुंबई में आई, एमएनसी कंपनी को टक्कर दिया।
आपकी शुरुआत कैसे हुई?
खेती काम किया, अकाल पड़ा, फिर मेरे को राजकोट आना पड़ा। एस्टोन सिनेमा में गोविंद भाई खूट ने मेरे को 90 रुपया में नौकरी दी, कैंटीन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में मिल गई। वहाँ चिप्स बाहर से आती थी, वो नहीं टाइम से मिलती थी, तो घर में बनाने लगे।
क्रंच तो बढ़िया है,
क्रिस्पी भी है।
बहुत टाइम बाद चिप्स खा रहे हैं। आप बहुत ही क्लोज प्रमोटर हेल्ड कंपनी है, तो 10-15% किसी और को आप देना क्यों चाहते हैं?
ये नेक्स्ट जनरेशन प्रोफेशनल बनना चाहते हैं, तो हमारी कंपनी को पैसा नहीं चाहिए, हमारी कंपनी को एक मैनेजमेंट चाहिए।
आप जिस तरह से आपका स्ट्रेटेजी डिस्क्राइब कर रहे हो, और आपने तो कोई MBA किया नहीं है।
जो MBA किया हुआ आदमी खोपड़ी नहीं खरीद सकता।
the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product, and therefore it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched, and so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is a correct advice, correct information, and in a right way. The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपका काम किया, आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller citizen towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है.
Let's get in Nikhil Nigania, who's director at Bernstein, to tell us about this particular thing. And Nikhil, I will of course thank you firstly for joining in, and to you and team at Bernstein, a very happy Samvat 2082. This is Neeraj here. I will get to the eventual part of how to value these projects, as most of the companies are listed and this is one part of their power ops, right? But firstly, why is this an obvious thing to happen with the power capacities that are being set up, that because not everything will be used, therefore you need storage, and therefore is this an obvious thing, or is there something surprising about the BESS announcements?
No, thanks for having me on the show, Neeraj. So on the BESS story, it's really picking up pace. Completely agree with the analysis you guys just put up. See, the reason it is happening are twofold. Number one is battery prices. So battery prices have crashed across the world. I mean, the battery prices today are at about 1 crore per megawatt hour in India. Turnkey battery storage solution, which used to be upwards of 2.5-3 crores a couple of years back. So they have become like 1/3 almost in a matter of a couple of years, driven by oversupply in China, given by low lithium prices. So this makes the economics for battery very attractive against other options. So solar plus battery is competitive with thermal, or even cheaper than thermal in some cases right now. The second reason this is happening is the evening power shortage that India was facing, right? We have enough power when the sun is out, but we don't have power when the sun sets, and battery helps you solve that problem. It helps you shift the supply in the afternoon to the evening times of the day. So these two reasons combined is why we are seeing a big uptick in batteries in India and across the world, actually. Every estimate for across agencies, whether it's IEA or Bloomberg, continues to increase for BESS demand across the world.
So, Nikhil, when I look at the spate of announcements that have happened, I mean, 1 gigawatt seems to be passé. Everybody's talking about plants which are 1 to 3 to 5 to 10 to 20. Now, and you would have had a better sense of this. Is this too much happening too soon? Or do you believe this is just maybe the starting point and a lot more can be accommodated in India?
Yeah, so battery storage definitely has a long and big role to play in India or any other power market for that part. See, if you look at the announcements that have happened, you have to break it into three categories. So one is battery cell manufacturing, where companies such as Vari Energies, Reliance, Exide, Ola are focused. The second is just converting cell to pack, which is a more simpler task which someone like a Premier plans to do as of now. And the third part is a developer part, which is like a Tata Power or even a JSW Energy for that part, who would be just installing and operating those batteries. They won't be manufacturing those batteries. So in this three-step value chain, battery cell manufacturing hardly exists in India right now. Ola is the only one whose plant has become operational. Others are expected to start next year. Battery development, which is setting up a battery plant, is quite simple. What these developers such as Tata and JSW are doing is just importing batteries from China right now and plugging it into the system. So that's a much simpler task. So there we can, as per our estimates, we can absorb about 20 gigawatt hours of battery storage in India a year for the coming 4 to 5 years.
दस साल तक बालाजी को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे, चंदू भाई को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे। फिर कंपनी बाहर आई, मुंबई में आई, एमएनसी कंपनी को टक्कर दिया।
आपकी शुरुआत कैसे हुई?
खेती काम किया, अकाल पड़ा, फिर मेरे को राजकोट आना पड़ा। एस्टोन सिनेमा में गोविंद भाई खूट ने मेरे को 90 रुपया में नौकरी दी, कैंटीन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे मिल गई। वहाँ चिप्स बाहर से आती थी, वो नई टाइम से मिलती थी, तो घर में बनाने लगे।
क्रंच तो बढ़िया है,
क्रिस्पी भी है।
बहुत टाइम बाद चिप्स खा रहे हैं। आप बहुत ही क्लोज प्रमोटर हेल्ड कंपनी है, तो 10-15% किसी और को आप देना क्यों चाहते हैं?
ये नेक्स्ट जनरेशन प्रोफेशनल बनना चाहते हैं, तो हमारी कंपनी को पैसा नहीं चाहिए, हमारी कंपनी को एक मैनेजमेंट चाहिए।
आप जिस तरह से आपका स्ट्रेटेजी डिस्क्राइब कर रहे हो, और आपने तो कोई MBA किया नहीं है।
जो MBA किया हुआ आदमी खोपड़ी नहीं खरीद सकता।
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product, and therefore it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched, and so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is a correct advice, correct information, and in a right way. The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया, आपका काम क्या? आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई।
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk.
10 साल तक बालाजी को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे, चंदू भाई को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे। फिर कंपनी बाहर आई, मुंबई में आई, एमएनसी कंपनी को टक्कर दिया।
आपकी शुरुआत कैसे हुई?
खेती काम किया, अकाल पड़ा, फिर मेरे को राजकोट आना पड़ा। एस्टोन सिनेमा में गोविंद भाई खूट ने मेरे को 90 रुपया में नौकरी दी, कैंटीन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे मिल गई। वहाँ चिप्स बाहर से आती थी, वो नई टाइम से मिलती थी, तो घर में बनाने लगे।
क्रंच तो बढ़िया है,
क्रिस्पी भी है।
बहुत टाइम बाद चिप्स खा रहे हैं। आप बहुत ही क्लोज प्रमोटर हेल्ड कंपनी है, तो 10-15% किसी और को आप देना क्यों चाहते हैं?
ये नेक्स्ट जनरेशन प्रोफेशनल बनना चाहते हैं, तो हमारी कंपनी को पैसा नहीं चाहिए, हमारी कंपनी को एक मैनेजमेंट चाहिए।
आप जिस तरह से आपका स्ट्रेटेजी डिस्क्राइब कर रहे हो, और आपने तो कोई MBA किया नहीं है।
जो MBA किया हुआ आदमी खोपड़ी नहीं खरीद सकता।
रानी जी, बहुत बहुत स्वागत आपका NDTV प्रॉफिट के स्टूडियो में। अच्छा, ये बताइए कि आजकल आपका नाम पेपर में, या आपकी कंपनी का नाम पेपर में हर दूसरे दिन आता है कि इस PE इन्वेस्टर से बात हो रही है, इस बड़े कंपनी से बात हो रही है, इतने में स्टेक बिक रहा है, ये वैल्यूएशन है कंपनी का। आपको गर्व महसूस होता है कि 1982 में 10,000 रुपए से शुरू की गई कंपनी की वैल्यूएशन आज लोग 40,000 करोड़ रुपए की कह रहे हैं?
नहीं, जो भी है ये लोग दिखा रहे हैं, तो वो हमारे इतने जो कंज्यूमर है ना, तो वहाँ तक बात पहुँचेगी ना, तो हमारे लिए अच्छी बात है। हमको अच्छा क्यों नहीं लगेगा? लगेगा। अच्छी बात है, जो भी बात है वो जानी चाहिए एंड तक।
जा क्यों नहीं रही है एंड तक? क्योंकि ये सितंबर से मेरे ख्याल से चर्चा चल रही है कि फला से बात हो रही है, ठिकाने से बात हो रही है, अलग अलग जो इन्वेस्टर हैं उनसे बात हो रही है, 10 से 15% स्टेक बेचना है, और मेरे ख्याल से आपको एक्सपेंशन करना है, इसके लिए स्टेक बेचना है, पैसा आप उठा रहे हैं।
इतनी बड़ी वैल्यू किसी को देनी है तो बात करेंगे, हम भी बात करेंगे, वो भी बात करेंगे। इसमें से एक दूसरों की जो मानसिकता मिलावट होगी, इसके बाद वो सारे लोग बायोडेटा देखेंगे, तो समय तो लगेगा ना। इतना बड़ा बायोडेटा देखने में कितने लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, कैसे बिजनेस कर रहे हैं, तो वो बातें चल रही है। अभी एकदम फाइनल तक नहीं पहुंची है, अभी सिर्फ बातें चल रही है, तो बातें तो चलेगी।
तो इसमें ऐसी भी खबरें आ रही हैं कि वैल्यूएशन जो आप देख रहे हैं, जो वैल्यू आप देख रहे हैं कंपनी का, वो थोड़ा ज्यादा है और इसलिए ये लंबा खींच रहा है, ऐसा कुछ है?
नहीं, हमने तो कभी बोला ही नहीं कि ये हमारी वैल्यू है। ये तो बाजार में से छपा हुआ है कि ये वैल्यू है। हमारी वैल्यू तो बहुत है। हमारी वैल्यू तो 7 साल पहले कितनी थी? 3-4 हजार करोड़ थी, तो आज 40,000 कैसे करोड़ हो गई? तो आने वाले 10 साल में क्या है वैल्यू? वो तो 40 की क्या 80 से भी ज्यादा हो जाएगी। तो वो वैल्यू देख के हमारे साथ जो जुड़ेगा वो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाएगा। तो
आप का एक्सपेंशन प्लान क्या है? आप इस तरह का पैसा क्यों उठाना चाह रहे हैं? जो आप बहुत ही क्लोज प्रमोटर हेल्ड कंपनी है, आपकी फैमिली ही कंपनी चलाती है, तो 10-15% किसी और को आप देना क्यों चाहते हैं?
देखो, ये विचार नेक्स्ट जनरेशन का है। ये नेक्स्ट जनरेशन प्रोफेशनल बनना चाहते हैं, तो हमारी कंपनी को पैसा नहीं चाहिए, हमारी कंपनी को एक मैनेजमेंट चाहिए। ये मैनेजमेंट के कारण, प्रोफेशनल मैनेजमेंट के कारण आने वालों सालों तक ये कंपनी चलती रहे, ये सोच से हमारी जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन है वो थोड़ा 5-7% स्टैक बेचना चाहते। वो मेरे ख्याल से वो 10% भी नहीं बेचेंगे, तो कुछ स्टैक बेच के अच्छा मैनेजमेंट मिले, अच्छा एक साथीदार मिले, ये कंपनी अच्छी चल रही है और दुगनी तेजी से दुगनी स्पीड से चलेगी, इसलिए ये स्टेक बेचने का प्लानिंग है।
आपने कहा ये जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन है उनकी ये इच्छा है कि प्रोफेशनल मैनेजमेंट आए और जो बड़े ये फर्म्स हैं ये आपके साथ आकर काम करें। आपकी क्या इच्छा है?
मेरी इच्छा तो यही है कि मैं और हमारी फैमिली और हमारे एम्प्लॉय इतनी जिम्मेदार है, अच्छी कंपनी चला रहे हैं। किसी को हम नहीं बोलते आप जल्दी काम करो, किसी को हम नहीं बोलते इतना टारगेट पूरा करो, फिर भी पूरे इंडिया में स्नैक्स नमकीन में नंबर 1 ग्रोथ से चल रही है, तो हम तो सेटिस्फाई हैं। लेकिन हम एक प्रैक्टिकल है, हमारी नेक्स्ट जनरेशन थोड़ी प्रोफेशनल है, तो उसको हमने जिम्मेदारी दे दी है और जो कैसे जैसे करेंगे उसके साथ हम जाएंगे। लेकिन ये कंपनी 5 साल पहले भी क्या थी, 10 साल पहले भी क्या थी, कुछ नहीं थी। आज ये बन गई,
क्या
और
हुआ
बनती
है?
रहेगी।
क्या हुआ है 5-10 सालों में? क्या अंतर
देखो
पड़ा
10
है?
साल तक बालाजी को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे, चंदू भाई को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे। फिर कंपनी बाहर आई, मुंबई में आई, हमने अच्छी तरह मार्केट किया, पूरे इंडिया में किया, एमएनसी कंपनी को टक्कर दिया, लोकल को भी टक्कर दिया, कुछ भी किया बिना, नो डिस्काउंट, नो स्कीमें, नो लालच, फिर भी एक इंसानियत की तरह, एक इरादा की तरह सबको सेटिस्फाई करके हमको आगे बढ़ना है।
नहीं, लेकिन उस बात पर वापस आते हैं कि क्यों आपको लगता है कि आपने एमएनसी को भी टक्कर दे दी? और ये बात सही है, 10 साल पहले तक बालाजी वेफर्स या बालाजी चिप्स को इतना कोई नहीं जानता था। आप बहुत ही सीमित, गुजरात में तो बहुत बड़े थे ही, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र वगैरह वेस्टर्न रीजन में आप काफ़ी फैले हो। क्या है अंतर आपके चिप्स में और किसी एमएनसी के चिप्स में?
हम दिल से बात करते हैं,
ये मत कहिए प्यार
से बात करते हैं।
सर, चिप्स में क्या अंतर है?
देखो चिप्स एक और इंडियन टच भी है,
हाँ।
और प्रोफेशनल भी है, दोनों चीजें हैं, तो टक्कर दे सकेंगे ना। और हमारे पास वेस्टर्न प्रोडक्ट भी है और हमारे पास इंडियन प्रोडक्ट भी है, तो एक पोर्टफोलियो ज़्यादा है। ऐसे पोर्टफोलियो वाली इंडिया में कंपनी बहुत कम है। तो ये इससे सपोर्ट मिलता है हमारे सप्लायर, हमारे वर्कर, हमारे डीलर, हमारे रिटेलर, इसको एक सपोर्ट मिलता है, एक संगठन की शक्ति मिलती है प्रोसेस में, एक मार्केटिंग में, एक शक्ति के कारण हम एक अलग हैं पूरे इंडिया में। इसीलिए हम कुछ भी किए बिना हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, कुछ भी किए बिना हमारा नंबर 1 ग्रोथ है, क्योंकि कुछ नहीं करना पड़ता है, ग्रोथ है इसलिए कुछ नहीं करते।
आपका मार्केटिंग बजट क्या है साल का?
मार्केटिंग कुछ बजट ही नहीं है। मार्केटिंग अपने आप हमको आगे ले जाता है, हम मार्केटिंग नहीं करते, कंज्यूमर डिमांड करता है, इसकी वजह से दुकानदार बेचता है, दुकानदार बेचता है इसलिए हमारा डीलर डिलीवरी देता है। तो सारी बात पुशिंग और पुलिंग की है, पुशिंग नहीं है, पुलिंग है। हमारा काम यही है कि जो कंज्यूमर डिमांड करता है, आने वाले 1 साल में, 2 साल में, 3 साल में कितनी डिमांड आएगी, वो प्लानिंग करता है, वो हमारा मार्केटिंग है।
चंदू भाई, मुझे आपसे एक सवाल पूछना है। आपने अभी थोड़ी देर पहले कहा कि प्रोफेशनल मैनेजमेंट की ज़रूरत है, आपके नेक्स्ट जनरेशन को चाहिए उस तरह का। आप जिस तरह से आपका स्ट्रेटजी डिस्क्राइब कर रहे हो, और आपने तो कोई MBA किया नहीं है।
मैंने नहीं किया है तो MBA हमने परचेस नहीं किया है। हमारी नेक्स्ट जनरेशन आई, पढ़ के आई, हमारे जो एम्प्लॉय है, जो MBA किया हुआ आदमी खोपड़ी नहीं खरीद सकता। खोपड़ी है ने वो सब कुछ खरीद सकता है। खोपड़ी मतलब मेरे पूर्वजों का ज्ञान, हमारे पास पैशन है, पैशन से समझ है, हम तो इस समझ से सबको खरीदते हैं और सेटिस्फाई करते हैं, तो वो अपने इरादा से काम कर रहा है, तो हमारे लिए कर रहा है ना वो। उसने माँ बाप ने बनाया MBA करके, वो आज हमारे लिए काम कर रहा है। हम थोड़ी इसकी चिंता करते हैं, वो हमारी ज्यादा चिंता करते हैं। तो
नहीं, वो मुझे अपना सवाल रखने दीजिए। हाँ? मैं इसको एक नेगेटिव तरीके से नहीं कह रही हूँ कि अरे आपने MBA नहीं किया। मैं एक हाईलाइट करना चाह रही हूँ। हाँ? मेरा सवाल ये है कि आपकी जो बिजनेस स्ट्रेटजी है, हाँ, वो बहुत बढ़िया है, वो दुनिया ने देख लिया है। आप जिस तरह का मार्केट शेयर कर पाए हैं, जिसमें करोड़ों रुपए कमाने वाले स्ट्रेटेजिस्ट बैठते हैं बोर्ड रूम में और सोचते हैं कि हम ऐसे करेंगे, वैसे करेंगे, ये हमारी मार्केटिंग स्ट्रेटजी होगी, फलान, वो सब आपने नहीं किया है। हाँ। तो आपकी ट्रेनिंग कहाँ से आई है कि बिजनेस कैसे चलाएं?
ट्रेनिंग अपने आप पैशन से सीख लिया। हमारे जो काफ़ी बड़ी एक समूह की शक्ति है, उसमें थोड़ा थोड़ा पड़ा रहता है। छोटे से छोटा हमारा जो वर्कर है, छोटे से छोटा हमारा डीलर है, छोटे से छोटा हमारा सप्लायर है, उससे हमको ज्ञान मिलता है। उसकी और हमारी दूरी नहीं है, अंतर नहीं है, बीच में कुछ नहीं है। तो एक दूसरे को हेल्प कर कर के एक महाशक्ति बना दी हमने। तो हम सबको सुनते हैं, सुन के हमारे पास छोटी छोटी ज्ञान से एक बड़ी एक पार बन गई। एक पार से बड़ा एक बूंद बूंद का एक समुद्र बन गया। ये बूंद बूंद सब हमारे लिए मार्केटिंग है, वो बूंद बूंद हमारे लिए सब इरादा है। तो इरादों की हमारे पास फौज है, वो काम कर रही है।
आपकी शुरुआत कैसे हुई? आपने पढ़ाई कहाँ तक की है?
मैंने 10th तक पढ़ाई की, और आधा छोड़ के चला गया गांव में, खेती करने लगा। 2 साल खेती काम किया, बारिश नहीं हुई, अकाल पड़ा। फिर मेरे को राजकोट आना पड़ा। राजकोट आके मेरे को विचार आया कि यहाँ सेट होना है, पैसा नहीं कमाना है, यहाँ हमको सेट होके यहाँ रुकना है। एस्टोन सिनेमा में गोविंद भाई खूट ने मेरे को 90 रुपया में नौकरी दी, बड़े भाई को 150 रुपये में। अच्छा काम किया, कैंटीन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे मिल गई। वहाँ चिप्स बाहर से आती थी, वो नई टाइम से मिलती थी, तो घर में बनाने लगे। घर में बनाते बनाते कैंटीन में बेचते बेचते विचार आया, तो बाजार में बेची, बाइक से बेची, रिक्शा से बेची, लोन लेते गए, आगे बढ़ते गए, लोगों को जोड़ते गए। और आज जो जबरदस्त स्थिति बन गई, तो बालाजी चंदू भाई को पूछने लगे कोई। हमको तो 15 साल पहले कोई पूछते नहीं थे, कौन चंदू भाई, कौन बालाजी। तो एक इंसानियत की फर्ज होती है कि हम कुछ बन जाएंगे, हमको एक ब्रांड बनेंगे, ब्रांड के पीछे एक हमारा नाम होगा। नाम इसको बोलते हैं इंसान। इंसान एक ऐसी चीज है, मरने के बाद उसका नाम रह जाता है, वो कभी मरता नहीं है, उसको बोलते हैं इंसान। तो एक इंसानियत के आधार पे हमने एक काम किया, कोई पैसा कमाने का काम नहीं किया है।
नहीं, पैसा तो खूब कमाया है, ऐसे नहीं।
नारायण नारायण किया तो पैसा तो आएगा। नारायण नारायण करो तो लक्ष्मी तो अपने आप आती है।
नहीं, तो मेरे कहने का मतलब है कि ये जो रास्ता आपने अपनाया और लोकल तरीके से चिप्स, एक्चुअली जो आपके चिप्स है ना, हम सेट पे मंगवाएंगे, क्योंकि मैं देखना चाहती हूँ कि उसमें अलग क्या है। आप बार बार, क्योंकि ये जो मार्केट है स्नैक्स का, इसमें बहुत सारा कंपटीशन है। ऐसे नहीं कि सिर्फ आप चिप्स बेच रहे हैं, बहुत सारे लोग बेच रहे हैं।
काफी फर्क होता है, लेकिन मालूम नहीं है। हमारे चिप्स में ऑयल कम होता है, हमारे चिप्स नेचुरल टेस्ट वाली है, हमारा कोई आर्टिफिशियल नहीं है, ना इसमें कुछ अनाब शनाब डालते हैं। तो ये सारी चीजें हैं, ये चिप्स नहीं है, हमारे यहाँ जन्मा हुआ एक प्रोडक्ट बच्चा है।
और इसका निर्माण किसने किया?
मैंने खुद किया।
आप पकाते हैं? आपकी कुकिंग अच्छी है?
मैं अभी आपकी यहाँ टीवी में आप दिखा दीजिए, आलू दे दीजिए, हाँ। केला दे दीजिए, पीलिंग भी कर दूंगा और चिप्स भी बना दूंगा।
अरे वाह!
2 मिनट में बना दूंगा, क्योंकि वो हमारा जीवन है। मेरे को आनंद आएगा, पसीना हो जाएगा, लेकिन मैं थकूंगा नहीं। ये हमारा जीवन है।
आइए थोड़ी आपके चिप्स की बात करते हैं। ये बताइए, अभी यहाँ हम देख रहे हैं, इसमें से आपका फेवरेट फ्लेवर कौन सा है?
देखो हमारा फेवरेट, हम तो सिंपल आदमी हैं, तो सिंपल ही खाएंगे, नमक वाली। नमक भी आधा होगा।
नमक आधा है इसमें?
हाँ आधा ही होगा।
लेकिन इसमें टेस्ट ये है चंदू भाई, जो बहुत ही सारे चिप्स बनाने वालों के साथ कंप्लेंट होती है, इतने बड़े पैकेट में बहुत कम चिप्स आते हैं, तो खोल के देखें।
कंप्लेन तो काम करेंगे उसकी होगी ने, जो चिप्स नहीं बनाते हैं उसकी क्या कंप्लेन होगी?
नहीं, मैं ये कह रही हूँ कि इतने बड़े पैकेट में चिप्स
ये
बहुत
बड़ा
कम।
पैकिंग इसलिए है, इस चिप्स से
हाँ।
पहले चूरा हो जाता था, तो हम समझाते थे चूरा होके तो खाना है, तो कि नहीं हम तो पूरी चिप्स चाहिए। तो हमको इसमें नाइट्रोजन एयर डालते हैं तो टूटेगा नहीं। दूसरी बात, नाइट्रोजन एयर फ्रेश एयर है तो बिगड़ेगा नहीं।
आई थिंक वी शुड पुट द चिप्स टू अ टेस्ट। लीजिए आप, सिंपली सॉल्टेड खा के देखते हैं। हालांकि डाइट पे वैसे चिप्स खाने नहीं चाहिए। हाँ। तो अब जब इतना दौर चला है डाइटिंग का, तो कुछ ऐसे फैट फ्री, हेल्दी, ऑयल फ्री ऐसे कुछ चिप्स बनाने वाले हैं आप?
देखो इसमें ऑयल कम है, अब दूसरी साथ में रखनी चाहिए एक आधी चिप्स, तो हम कंपेयर करते हैं।
क्रंच तो बढ़िया है,
क्रिस्पी भी है।
बहुत टाइम के बाद चिप्स खा रही हूँ आपकी वजह से। लेकिन अच्छे तो हैं।
तो ये है ऑल टाइम फ्रेश, एनी टाइम क्रंची।
तो ये स्लोगन भी आप ही का है?
हम ही बनाते हैं ना, हमारे साथ साथीदार है वो बनाते हैं।
तो फिर चंदू भाई मुझे बताइए कि बिजनेस स्ट्रेटजी आपने खुद सीखा, इतनी बड़ी आपने कंपनी बना दी, फिर से मैं उसी सवाल पे आ रही हूँ, आप किसी और को क्यों लाना चाहते हैं अंदर, और वो मामला कहाँ फंसा है? क्या उसका प्लान भी ये है कि आप आईपीओ ले आएंगे, क्योंकि वो भी अब एक बड़ा रास्ता है फंड रेज का?
देखो जनरेशन गैप होता है, मैं नहीं लेना चाहता हूँ, बच्चे लाना चाहते हैं, तो वो बच्चे का विचार है ना।
लेकिन
आज इतनी
तो
महंगी मशीनरी, इतना रोबोट मैं नहीं लाता, तो कुछ पाने के लिए कुछ तो खोना पड़ेगा। तो मेरा विचार मेरा होता है, तो इसका मतलब ऐसा तो नहीं होता हमारे फैमिली में जो मैं बोलूँगा वही लकीर है। हमारे फैमिली में फ्रीडम है, जो भी काम करेगा वो करने के उसको ड्राइविंग सीट पे बिठा दिया जाता है। काम करेंगे, उसकी गलती होगी, उसको गलती का डर नहीं रहेगा, वो काम करेगा तभी, और डर के करेगा तो वो काम सक्सेस नहीं होगा, तो उसको बोलते हैं फैमिली।
नहीं, ये जो आप समझा रहे हैं ना, ये काफ़ी रेयर है, क्योंकि बहुत सारे फैमिली रन बिजनेसेस में जो पेट्रियार्क है, जो सबसे ऊपर बैठते हैं,
हाँ,
उनकी बात तो लकीर ही है।
नहीं होती हमारे में, ये नहीं है, हमारी बात लकीर नहीं होगी। अब नेक्स्ट जनरेशन के गले में जिम्मेदारी का हार पहना दिया है, वही ये कंपनी को ले जाएंगे आगे, जरूरत पड़ी तो हमसे पूछेंगे, बाकी सारी जिम्मेदारी फैमिली को चलाना, फैमिली को आगे ले जाना और नेक्स्ट जनरेशन का काम है।
आपका विजन क्या है इस कंपनी के लिए, इस ब्रांड के लिए? आप आगे इसको
हमारा विजन नेक्स्ट जनरेशन को इसलिए जिम्मेदारी दे दी है कि उसका विजन से भी आगे है, दूरदर्शी से विजन है। ये कंपनी को बहुत आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं। ये कंपनी एक प्रोफेशनल की तरह रन करे, एक फैमिली कंपनी है, एक कुछ समय तक आगे चलती है। फैमिली में कुछ न कुछ छोटे मोटे प्रॉब्लम से, बड़ा प्रॉब्लम के कारण कई बड़ी कंपनियां आगे नहीं जा सकती है, तो ये कंपनी कुछ इसी तरह आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं।
आपने नेक्स्ट जनरेशन की बात की, जिनको आपने जिम्मेदारी सौंपी है, उनके बीच में लड़ाई ना हो, ये आपने कैसे तय किया है?
लड़ाई बोलती है उसको बोलते हैं फैमिली, लेकिन सुबह लड़ाई होगी, दोपहर या शाम को दिमाग में तोड़ना नहीं है, उसको जोड़ना है, तो भूल जाना है, इसको बोलते हैं फैमिली।
किस तरह की डाइवर्सिफिकेशन आप देख रहे हैं इस बिजनेस में? मतलब अभी आप चिप्स, स्नैक्स वगैरह आप बनाते हैं, लेकिन जो ट्रेंड चल रहा है हेल्दी फूड का, जंक फूड से दूर रहिए, लोग सब डाइट पे जा रहे हैं, तो उसमें क्या आपको लगता नहीं कि कुछ नया आपको सोचना चाहिए, डाइट चिप्स या कम कैलोरी वाला?
देखो, हमारे ज़्यादा कस्टमर ऐसे हैं, उसको ऑयल चाहिए, उसको कैलोरी चाहिए, हाँ,
डाइट फूड नहीं चाहिए,
उसको नहीं चाहिए डाइट फूड। मैं एग्जांपल दूं कि एक हमारे यहाँ जो वर्कर काम कर रहे हैं, उसको 2 घंटे में एनर्जी खत्म हो जाती है, क्योंकि एनर्जी यूज करते हैं वो। उसको चाहिए, ऑयल चाहिए, थोड़ा सब कुछ चाहिए। तो ये भी कस्टमर है। और आप हेल्दी की बात कर रहे हैं, तो हमने एक पीनट और गुड़ का एनर्जी बार बनाया, दम बार, तो खाते ही नहीं है,
नहीं चला।
लोग बातें करते हैं हेल्दी फूड, हेल्दी फूड, हेल्दी फूड किसको मानते हैं? वो पेट की तो सुनते नहीं है कोई, मुंह की सुनते हैं। तो मुंह की सुनने वालों को कोई राइट नहीं है हेल्दी खाने की बात करने का। पहले तो खाओ, आप बिना नमक का खाओ, उसको बोलते हैं हेल्दी, उसको बोलते हैं सबसे बड़ा पेट के लिए अच्छी बात है। मैं खुद बिना नमक का सूप पीता हूँ रोज।
अच्छा, लेकिन आप बनाते हैं चिप्स?
बनाते हैं, खाने वाला है इसलिए बनाएंगे। लेकिन हम खाना नहीं बना रहे हैं, हम स्नैक्स बना रहे हैं, हम नाश्ता बना रहे हैं। नाश्ता मतलब एंजॉय के लिए खाइए, गपशप के लिए खाइए। कभी कभार आपको कुछ अच्छी चीज नहीं मिलती है खाने में, तो वहां आपको सपोर्ट देगा। आप जैसे आपके नीचे रिपोर्टर कहीं न कहीं उधर उधर जाते हैं, तो कहीं इंटीरियर एरिया में अच्छी चीज उसको नहीं मिलेगी खाने में, तो उसको ये सपोर्ट करेगा। एक मीडियम क्लास से भी नीचे वाला जो लारी वाला 20 रुपये में खड़े नहीं रहने देते हैं, वो उसको ये 5 रुपये में उसको सपोर्ट मिल जाएगा। तो ये काम हम कर रहे हैं, वो भूख मिटाने का काम कर रहे हैं, उसको फूड खिलाने का काम नहीं कर रहे हैं। कुछ पैसों में छोटे से छोटा वर्कर की हमको दुआ मिल जाती है उसकी भूख मिटाने में।
जो सारा आपने बहुत अच्छे से समझाया कि आपका मार्केट कौन है, और ये एक रियलिटी चेक है, क्योंकि कभी कभी हम मुंबई में बैठ के सोचते हैं कि ट्रेंड कुछ और है, लेकिन देश भर में ट्रेंड कुछ और है। ये पूरा जो सेक्टर है आपका, जिसमें काफ़ी कंपटीशन है, बीका जी भी है, हल्दीराम भी है, बहुत सारे स्नैक्स मार्केट तो और एमएनसीज तो हैं ही अपनी जगह। इसमें आपके लिए ग्रोथ की कितनी जगह है, इतना जो कंपटीशन हो रहा है?
इतनी बड़ी कंपटीशन में इतने बड़े खाने वाले भी हैं, उसको खाने जैसा दीजिए, नाटक मत कीजिए।
कौन कर रहा है नाटक?
नहीं, नाटक मतलब इतना एक्स्ट्रा नहीं, इतना ये नहीं, वो आप अच्छी चीज दे दीजिए, अच्छा रेट दे दीजिए, तो खाएंगे।
नहीं, लेकिन आपके स्पेस में प्रोडक्ट एक तरफ है, ग्रोथ भी है, मार्केटिंग है, लेकिन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन भी बहुत बड़ा है। और यहाँ सबसे बड़ा खेल है कि जब भी आप एक दुकान में जाए, सबसे पहले सामने कौन सा आपको प्रोडक्ट दिख रहा है, वो कैसे क्रैक किया?
वो मैंने 7 साल एक दुकानों में पैकेट दुकान से कंज्यूमर को दिया, फिर दुकानदार को पैकेट मैंने भेजने खुद गया, तो सारा एक्सपीरियंस किया मैंने कि कंज्यूमर को सेटिस्फाई करेंगे तो ये दुकानदार अपने आप आगे रखेंगे, नहीं तो वो नहीं रखेंगे तो उसका कंज्यूमर छोड़ के दूसरी दुकान में चले जाएगा। तो उसके लिए बहुत आपको पैशन चाहिए, रिसर्च करना पड़ेगा। तो वो हमने देखो 25 साल तक ये सारी चीज़ें की। 25 इयर्स के बाद हमारा थोड़ा थोड़ा नाम आगे बढ़ा, लेकिन 25 इयर्स तक हमने अलग अलग बेच बनाया, कंज्यूमर का, रिटेलर का, प्रोसेस का, परचेसर का, ये सारा बोलते हैं 25 इयर्स एक्सपीरियंस किया। हमको कोई जल्दी नहीं थी, हम तो एक नेचुरल आदमी थे गांव से, तो हमको ज़्यादा जल्दी नहीं चाहिए था। और हमने स्कूल में पढ़ा था वो खरगोश और कछुए का स्टोरी, तब हमने लगता था वो स्टोरी है, लेकिन नहीं, ये जीवन है, जीवन इसी तरह आप आगे बढ़ाएंगे तो कभी आपको कोई तकलीफ नहीं देगा।
तो आप वो कछुआ है जो रेस जीतने जा रहे हैं?
जा रहे हैं ना, जा रहे हैं, किसी को टारगेट नहीं देते, स्पीड नहीं करवाते। वो कछुआ की चाल है, लेकिन मजबूताई से है, क्योंकि हम अभी पैन इंडिया नहीं है, फिर भी नंबर 1 ग्रोथ है।
तो पैन इंडिया आप कब तक बनेंगे?
बनेंगे, अपने आप बन जाएंगे।
तो आप
जो बन रहे हैं,
मतलब आप कोई टारगेट नहीं रखते हैं, कोई
किसी
गोल
को
नहीं रखते हैं?
हमारी टीम अपने मन से काम कर रही है, हमारी टीम अपने इरादा से काम कर रही है।
चंदू भाई, ऐसे वैसे कंपनी चलती नहीं है, ये मैंने पहली बार
चलती है। अभी आइए, एक लोगों का इंटरव्यू लीजिए, पूछिए ऑफिस में कब चेक करने आया चंदू भाई, आपका कोई मैनेजर कब चेक करने आया, क्या काम कर रहे हैं। एक देखो, ये नाटक नहीं, पहले से एक ऐसी एक बीज रोपी है हमने, तो ऐसा माहौल बन गया है।
आखिरी सवाल आपसे, जो ये इंटरव्यू देख रहे हैं और आजकल की जो जनरेशन है उनमें वो कछुए वाली पेशेंस नहीं है, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि बहुत सारे लोग आपके जैसे कम ही लोग होंगे जो 25 साल रुक सकते हैं अपना बिजनेस बनाने के लिए। उनको क्या एडवाइस है?
देखो, हमारी बात 50 साल पहले की है, आज समय बदल गया है, फिर भी आप स्पीड पे चलो, कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन थोड़ा रिसर्च करो, एक्सपीरियंस करो। आप कौन सा बिजनेस का बीज रोप रहे हो, उसी तरह आपको फल मिलेगा। तो आप थोड़ा विजन से काम कीजिए, पैशन से काम कीजिए, जो भी काम कर रहे हैं उसमें थोड़ा रिसर्च कीजिए।
What I would say encouraging words. Thank you so much चंदू भाई, हमसे बात करने के लिए, हमारे सेट पर आने के लिए और अपनी कहानी बताने के लिए।
आपको भी थैंक यू, जो चीज़ हमारे में पड़ी थी वो कंज्यूमर तक पहुंचाने के लिए थैंक यू, आभार।
Thank you. So this is, I think, one of the unusual conversations we've done on the disruptors, and this is a true blue disruptor. Has completely smashed the idea of how a business should be done and what a success story looks like. I would say this is a case of a success story of Bharat, which can only maybe grow from here. Thank you so much for watching.
10 साल तक बालाजी को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे, चंदू भाई को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे। फिर कंपनी बाहर आई, मुंबई में आई, एमएनसी कंपनी को टक्कर दिया।
आपकी शुरुआत कैसे हुई?
खेती काम किया, अकाल पड़ा, फिर मेरे को राजकोट आना पड़ा। एस्टोन सिनेमा में गोविंद भाई खूट ने मेरे को 90 रुपया में नौकरी दी, कैंटीन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे मिल गई। वहाँ चिप्स बाहर से आती थी, वो नहीं टाइम से मिलती थी, तो घर में बनाने लगे।
क्रंच तो बढ़िया है,
क्रिस्पी भी है।
बहुत टाइम के बाद चिप्स खा रहे हैं। आप बहुत ही क्लोज प्रमोटर हेल्ड कंपनी है, तो 10-15% किसी और को आप देना क्यों चाहते हैं?
ये नेक्स्ट जनरेशन प्रोफेशनल बनना चाहते हैं, तो हमारी कंपनी को पैसा नहीं चाहिए, हमारी कंपनी को एक मैनेजमेंट चाहिए।
आप
Hello and welcome to KYC. I am Sharad Dubey and with me is Varsha Chandani joining us, and of course a very special segment, KYC is there, and the company in focus is Rainbow Children Medicare. Now of course looking at the company itself, there are a lot of questions are there, especially about expansions, but of course bed addition target, what would be there, we would be looking at that. The average revenue per bed, the occupancy outlook, that is something which we'll be looking out for, and of course whether this will be a greenfield or a brownfield expansion, that is something the street will be watching out for. But also the acquisition strategy, where is the money coming from, where is the acquisitions, we'll be all looking at that. But Varsha, let's just give a detail to our audience about what the company actually does. So first, of course, we'll look at the pediatric hospital chain of this company. That's roughly 20 hospitals spread across 7 odd cities, and of course the focus is on the pediatric and neonatal care. Now this includes cardiology, oncology and orthopedics, and this is largely a higher margin business, and interestingly this is an asset light model as well. Now why this is an asset light model, let me just explain. Before that, I'll just like to point out that the capex per bed, that is significantly lower than peers, and over here the EBITDA margin that stands at roughly 32 odd %. and it works on a hub and spoke model, and that is where the asset light model kicks in. Varsha, what would be the capacity expansion plans for it? Because they have been totally talking about the expansions. Could you just break it down for us?
Actually, Sharad, the next leg of growth for this company is expansions. In fact, for every other company, every other hospital company, I would say, because, hospital companies are actually going for greenfield and brownfield capex as well. Now, talking about Rainbow Hospital, they aim to increase bed capacity by 1.5x over the next 3 years, and this will be a mix of greenfield and brownfield projects across cities. Now, we want to understand from management what is the percentage of brownfield capex, because that's where the high margin and high ROC comes in. Also, onto the key expansion, you have Gurugram, Coimbatore, Guwahati, and of course multiple new Bengaluru spokes, and Warangal acquisition will also strengthen the business. So these are basically the key areas where the company is expanding. Now, talking about ARPOB, that is average revenue per occupied bed, which is a key metric when we analyze hospitals. Talking about Rainbow Hospitals ARPOB, if you see, there's been growth of 13% from Q1 FY25 to Q1 FY26, but in FY25 overall the ARPOB was little less, because the company was expanding, rather company is also expanding now, but company was expanding aggressively then also, and that actually impacted ARPOB for the company. Talking about the occupancy, if you see in Q1 FY26, the occupancy was about 40%, which has decreased from last year, that is Q4 FY25, and we would want to know the peak occupancy level that the company is targeting. So overall, lastly, if I were to talk about on the segmental analysis, the IVF vertical, which contributes almost 3.5% to the overall revenue, we would also want to know where this contribution that a company wants to take in, because IVF being a high margin segment, but now it contributes almost 3.2%, and for FY26 they have a target of 2,000 cycles when it comes to IVF vertical. So overall, this capacity expansion, whether through greenfield or brownfield, IVF vertical, though very small, but the contribution, if increases, will give a high margin to the company. And overall, comparing peers also, this company Rainbow Hospital is towards a higher margin segment.
So Varsha, basically this becomes expansion play and a margin play. And of course, already the company is having a high margin, and now they are going into IVF, which is another high margin segment. So of course, there seems some premium being given to the stock, but let's take one by one the rating parameters where we will be judging the company. And of course, we have income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, return ratios, street trade valuation, and street coverage as well. Out of a total 8, we'll be marking the company. But first, let's start with the income statement. What are the actual numbers stating? And the numbers look pretty decent. Varsha had dug up these numbers as well. Revenue, EBITDA, decent, 16 to 17% CAGR growth coming in. Margins is something which is stable. It's not changing and it's not going very high as well. It's going in the range of 31 to 34%. It is still stable on the higher side compared to the hospital peers, but something which I would be looking out for in the future would be the higher side of touching the 40 or even the 36 to 40% mark of the margins as well. Profits have also been decent, and overall the Q1 numbers, however, that has been a bit dampener. And if you look at these numbers, there has been a kind of a seasonality, we could say, but sequentially the numbers are on the weaker side, but year on year basis, if you look, the numbers are still decent. Margin trajectory we discussed, and overall net, if you look at it, I would like to give a thumbs up to it, meaning a 1 point coming in. So this is the entire income statement, but of course balance sheet, you must have dug a lot of numbers. Varsha, what are the debt numbers stating?
Actually, zero debt, Sharad.
Exactly.
A pretty simple balance sheet, which every investor would like into a company. Well, if you could see, from FY23 to FY25, the debt has been zero. Of course, there has been lease liabilities, but the long-term and short-term borrowings for the company has been zero. So pretty good when it comes to balance sheet numbers. Well, cash in bank is at 20 crore. While so overall nothing to say when it comes to balance sheet. Clean balance sheet, zero debt, no leverage, unlike the other peer companies who who want to expand themselves, and they take a lot of leverage on the back of expansion. But this company is expanding a lot without any leverage, without any debt. So I would actually give a positive point, or rather, thumbs up for this borrowings thing.
So already we have income statement and balance sheet thumbs up, but I have some differing views when it comes to the cash flows, and why. There's also a reason. You spoke about the company is self cash flow generating, and this has been something which I've been watching out for the last 3 odd years. The cash flows from operation has been stable and it's touching the 400 crore mark. That's why perhaps it's fueling the expansion plans as well for the company. PAT numbers also decent, a jump coming in for FY25 as well, and the cash flow conversion is also very strong. But one area of concern does remain for me is, of course, if you remove the operation part, there is financing and other cash flow changes as well. The net cash flows have still been in single digit, ranging between 7 crore in FY23, negative in FY24, and FY25 again a positive 10 odd crore rupees. So that is something which the street is expecting, that these numbers also should at least go up, seeing the size of the company as well. So it is even Stevens, and for me it's a 0.5. And Varsha, what are the return ratios stating?
Well, we would want to give a neutral rating, when it comes to return ratios, nothing much dramatic there as well. If I talk about ROC from 24% to 27%, ROE though has come down. Now, we also have to, understand that company going for capacity expansion would lead to pressure when it comes to the return ratio. So overall, we would give a neutral rating when it comes to return ratios.
And speaking of neutral, I think I'll give shareholding pattern also a neutral rating. Not much change in the promoter shareholdings. FIs have actually slightly decreased from the March quarter if you look at the numbers. And DIs, there is a slight increase of 2%, while the public numbers still remain at 11%.
Well, talking about street cred, we would, want to give a thumbs down there, because, the stock has not given any returns to investors except since listing. The company listed in 2022, until now it has given almost 200% return. But if you see in the last 1 month, in the last 6 months, or for that matter, in the last 1 year, company has not given that returns which was expected by investors. So overall, we would give a thumbs down when it comes to street cred.
Well, interesting, but valuations, if you have a look, Rainbow Children's trailing 12-month basis is 54 times, and you compare that with FY27, that's on the lower side of 38 times. It becomes one of the cheapest stocks in the hospital space if you look at this 12-month forward numbers. Compare that with Apollo, Fortis, Narayan and KIMS. So of course, I would be giving a thumbs up in terms of valuations.
Lastly, talking about when it comes to analyst recommendation and outlook. Well, onto the analyst recommendation, you have 14 buy calls and 0 hold, 0 sell. But the average upside, if you see, is 23%, not bad. And also talking about outlook, the FY26 growth is expected at 20%, which will be led by new beds, which is 350 new beds. Even margins is expected to remain healthy, and all expansion will actually be funded through internal accrual and not debt. And they are open to acquisitions, and also they are also evaluating when it comes to opportunities in Northeast and the other geographical areas as well. So overall, when it comes to analyst recommendation and outlook, we would want to give a thumbs up considering the big expansion plans that the company has.
Well, yes, Varsha, all's well that ends well for the company, and as we have been putting the numbers out, of course, income statement, a balance sheet, there is a proper thumbs up coming in. But of course, it's even Stevens when it comes to cash flow return ratio. Street rate not happening much in the stock counter, but valuations decent. But lastly, the outlook, that's a very important portion that is coming in positive. So net overall, we give 5 out of 8. To this entire number. So
not
this
bad.
is the KYC. It's not bad.
Not bad.
For a company like this, when we are very skeptical about where to find the errors in the company, and still actually it's coming out with flying colors, but not much to the shareholders. We spoke with the Group CFO of Rainbow Hospitals, Vikash Maheshwari. Do listen in.
Let us start from the new markets that Rainbow Hospital is trying to enter. If you could give us any idea about which markets you are trying to enter, and what are the timelines for those markets?
Sure. So as we have explained in our expansion plan and the presentations, our next big plan is North, and we are coming up with the two bigger hospital at Gurgaon. We have already taken up the land position and the construction work has already started. We hope that the hospital will be ready in next 2 years' time. And by October to December 27, these two hospitals should be ready. It is an advantage North because a lot of works are happening, a lot of developmental works are happening in that area. And the connectivity between all the northern states are very, very high. From the Delhi, whether it is Haryana, whether it is Punjab, whether it is UP, Bihar, or even to the Rajasthan, the connectivities are large. So we hope that with this hub hospital, we will be able to cater to the whole northern markets. And once it is established, we will take steps to further expand our footprint in North. In the same spirit, we have also taken a step and acquired a very good hospital at Guwahati, which was the running hospitals, as a very good hospital, very good name. As the clinical outcomes are very, very great. We have taken up that. Right now it is running at 100-bed capacity. And we are adding another 50 beds on that by March. We'll be adding the super specialty services out there for the pediatrics and then grow that market. Northeast market is the market where we are very much optimistic because the healthcare penetration and the quality of the penetrations are very, very less. We hope that whatever the expertise we have got in the South India market and demonstrated our capability for the pediatrics and the women care, that we can replicate in the Northeast market.
Right. On to the expansion plans, Mr. Maheshwari, that you were speaking about, what is the estimated capex, that has been set for next 2 years? And also, will that capex will be towards a greenfield expansion, or a brownfield expansion? So if you could, let our viewers know what is the percentage of brownfield expansion in your target.
So we will be spending, so whatever the capex is going on, which is two hospital, which is almost on the final stage of completion at Bangalore, plus Coimbatore, Pune and the Gurgaon. Some of amount is already spent. So the balance in the next 3 years, instead of 2 years, let us take the 3 years view. We'll be spending close to 700 crores on those capex to complete. And most of that amount is related to our greenfield project, which is Gurgaon, which will be at around 400 crore rupees. And the balance 300 crore rupees will go towards our Coimbatore, Pune, and the balance payment which is pending for the Bangalore projects. So it is a mix of both.
And sticking to the expansion plans, what is the bed addition target that you have, for next 3 years, say by FY28?
So we'll be adding close to 780 beds or close to 800 beds in the next 3 years' time, which consist of both Pune, Coimbatore and Gurgaon projects. We'll be adding 780 beds. With this, we will reach to close to 3,200 beds capacity. To be very precise, 3,165 beds.
Understood. And also, any acquisition or inorganic growth expansion that you're eyeing for Mr. Maheshwari? Any opportunity or focus area, that you have set for yourself for, say, next 2 years?
So we have just concluded Warangal and the Guwahati acquisitions. We are on the process of turning around that. In the space where we work, which is pediatrics and the mother care, getting a good asset of the good size is slightly a difficult job. And we were very fortunate that we have got to these assets. We are continuously look out for the acquisition opportunity if anything comes on our way. As on date, we are speaking, there is nothing on the table that we are working towards that. But we are keen and we can keep looking at if any good opportunity comes. We'll definitely evaluate that.
And also, Mr. Maheshwari, you've been debt free since last 3 years. In terms of short-term and long-term borrowings. Just wanted to have an update, the kind of capacity expansion that you're doing, will you need any kind of fundraise, in near term, or internal accruals are enough to cater those expansions?
No, we are very healthy balance sheet. We are sitting on 500 crore rupees cash, which is invested into the debt funds and the fixed deposits right now. And we are generating very healthy cash flow year-on-year basis. Our EBITDA to cash flow conversions are very, very strong because we do only the cash and insurance business. We are not present onto the government businesses or much of the credit businesses, etc. So our cash conversions are very, very strong. And looking at our expansion plan, which we have outlined, we don't require any outside support, whether it is equity raise or the debt raise for funding those projects. I think with this capex plan, whatever we have, we still be continue to have a cash surplus company.
Understood. And also, you've guided, at least in the last quarter, you guided for mid-teens revenue growth for, next couple of years. Considering the huge expansion plans that you are catering to, if you would want to upward that guidance that you have given, so any changes in the guidance that you've set for yourself, for next 2 years?
No, I think we have already counted whatever the expansion plan we had, so we have guided towards that. So we stands on our guidance. We will continue to grow on the double-digit growth, which is a mid-teen to high-teens growth, depending upon, let us not judge us on the quarter-on-quarter basis. For the longer period, whatever we have demonstrated the growth in the past, I think last 3 to 5 years, we have grown by 16% CAGR. I think the next 3 years also, we should be able to grow between 16 to 20% CAGR growth.
Okay, 16 to 20% growth is what you're expecting for next few years. What about margins, Mr. Maheshwari? For June 2025, the margins were at 29%, but overall for FY25, if you see, the margins were 33%, still highest, in comparison to your peers. But what is that sustainable kind of margin that you're eyeing for 26 and 27?
I think plus minus, see, we are also on the verge of a lot of capex, and as an industry nature, whenever there is a capex, there will be some margin pressure. But at the same time, the capacity which we have opened in the last 2 years, that should give us a cushion in terms of softening the impact of the new unit losses, etc. But it is safe to assume that there will be an impact of 1.5% on the EBITDA margins.
Understood. Let's talk about, RPOB, that is average revenue per occupied bed and occupancy. What is the growth? Of course, I'm not asking for a short-term growth, but, for next 2 to 3 years, what is that growth that you're expecting when it comes to average revenue per occupied bed? Because, you can, considering the inflation and all, considering the base and all, I do understand that one cannot grow beyond a certain point of limit, but what is that growth that you're expecting when it comes to RPOB?
So we have a different view on the RPOB. In the RPOB, there is a one variable which is average length of stay. I think we have to remove that and see the clinical outcome and the average revenue per patient basically. I think that is the right matrix to judge the hospitals. And we believe that our ARPP will continue to grow between 7 to 8% CAGR.
And what about occupancy, Mr. Maheshwari? Because, I agree that you've done a lot of expansions and you're going to do a lot of expansions. But when can you see the improvement when it comes to your occupancy ratios, maybe in FY26 or 27, any target that you've set?
So the 2 points I want to highlight for the understanding of our viewers is that it is pediatrics is a very organic business. It grows with its own pace, and it is a very community driven. It is a very much brand driven business. And on the back of that, what we are expecting that whatever the units we have started, in the 3 to 4 years time, they should reach to the optimum level of occupancy. And also second point is that since it is a pediatrics and mother care, is a slightly seasonality adjustment is there, where the September and the December quarters are good, whereas the March and June quarter is slightly less because of the holidays and summer vacations and other things. The business slightly get impacted because of that. But nevertheless, on the year-on-year basis, if you look at, we are optimistic that, on the full year basis, adjusting all these seasonal variations, etc., we should be inching towards 50% of the occupancy.
Understood. So 50% of occupancy is what you are targeting for. Well, thank you, Mr. Maheshwari, for joining us.
One more point, if the time permits, is that if you look at our occupancy, right, if we achieve 60% of the occupancy, it is equivalent to the 80% of the occupancy of the adult hospitals, because our loss is very short. It is between 2.6 to 2.8. Whereas in case of the adult hospital, it is northward of 3.5 to 4.5. So our throughput in terms of the birth chance are much, much higher. And we will produce the same results which the adult hospitals produce at 75% or 80% occupancy, if we reach to 55 to 60% occupancy. So that is the differentiation model in our business.
Understood. Thank you so much, for such a detailed answer. Well, it was pleasure to have you at NDTV Profit, and all the best for the business.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Prateek Agrawal, MD and CEO of Motilal Oswal AMC Johnson, right now on the show. Prateek, what a great day to have you. And at the outset, from all of us to you and yours, a very happy new Samvat. May it bring delight to you and your team, and thereby your investors as well. But are you...
To you and your team as well.
Thank you so much, Prateek. Are you constructive as we speak, Prateek, or do you think the last 4 weeks rally kind of bakes in some of these positives?
No, to my mind, no. There is a lot in the price. Look at it this way. Other emerging markets such as China may have been up like 30. We have been flat. The huge valuation correction on a relative basis that has occurred. So with the US and so on. People who are worried about earnings, this being a season when rains were very heavy and GST caused some deferment of purchases. Now results have been good, though consumer results have yet to come, but some of the big numbers have been better than expected. With the way festival season is going, the outlook for quarter 3, quarter 4 is much better. So I think there is a lot in the price. I would think chances of the market doing better going forward are significantly higher than not.
Prateek, hi. Great to have you on the show. Just what do you see as the reason for the pullback in IT? The kind of bounce we're seeing in IT, and this is not a today story, we're seeing this from the last few sessions. Is there a feeling that the H-1B visa issue will be reversed, that US economy is going to do better, or is this merely a recovery from the lows? Is there a rationale right now to invest in IT?
So while we don't own too much of IT, we have been saying that whatever has been happening in the US on the margin is positive IT, not negative IT. If a country says that, you give me zero duty access to your market and pay me minimum 15% to get goods into mine, the companies there will feel confident and will hence expand more, will invest more. And that is tailwind for IT. Other stuff like money is being taken away into AI, etc., is a constant, would have happened either ways. So it's been a net positive. Yes, sentiments get negative because of the news. This is a very widely held sector, very well owned by FPIs, and if FPIs take a negative view on a particular country, when they sell something and if they take a negative view, they have to sell something, it would be IT and banks. So the banks did not get impacted by whatever the US did. IT may have been marginally positively impacted, but yet we saw negative impact on the stock prices. Now, as results have come and they have been better than expected, plus some clarity on H-1B, etc., has definitely improved sentiment. And when you are looking at these stocks, look at also how FPIs have been behaving. Their selling is now not there. So that is resulting in some bit of easy thing to say is short covering kind of a rally in this space.
10 साल तक बालाजी को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे, चंदू भाई को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे। फिर कंपनी बाहर आई, मुंबई में आई, एमएनसी कंपनी को टक्कर दिया।
आपकी शुरुआत कैसे हुई?
खेती काम किया, अकाल पड़ा, फिर मेरे को राजकोट आना पड़ा। एस्टोन सिनेमा में गोविंद भाई खूट ने मेरे को 90 रुपया में नौकरी दी, कैंटीन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे मिल गई। वहाँ चिप्स बाहर से आती थी, वो नई टाइम से मिलती थी, तो घर में बनाने लगे।
क्रंच तो बढ़िया है,
क्रिस्पी भी है।
बहुत टाइम बाद चिप्स खा रहे हैं। आप बहुत ही क्लोज प्रमोटर हेल्ड कंपनी है, तो 10-15% किसी और को आप देना क्यों चाहते हैं?
ये नेक्स्ट जनरेशन प्रोफेशनल बनना चाहते हैं, तो हमारी कंपनी को पैसा नहीं चाहिए, हमारी कंपनी को एक मैनेजमेंट चाहिए।
आप जिस तरह से आपका स्ट्रेटेजी डिस्क्राइब कर रहे हो, और आपने तो कोई MBA किया नहीं है,
जो
Keeping earnings in focus, Kotak Mahindra Bank announced its quarterly numbers earlier today, with profit beating estimates and company looking at lower fresh slippages. Sources tells NDTV Profit that SEBI has stopped mutual funds from investing in pre-IPO placements. The fund houses will only be able to invest in the public issue of an IPO. We bring you more on this during the show. RBI on Friday introduced draft norms for acquisition financing by banks, which states that lenders may finance only up to 70% of the total acquisition value. The RBI has also proposed that banks' exposure towards acquisition finance should not exceed 10% of its Tier 1 equity. Good news for cricket fans. Spinners shine as India holds upper hand. Kuldeep, Aksar, Washington breakthrough, Rohit, Gill steady at the crease. Bollywood mourns the loss of veteran actor Satish Shah, the man who brought laughter to millions through Sarabhai vs. Sarabhai and countless memorable films. The 74-year-old actor passed away today due to health issues, marking the end of an era in Indian comedy. Hello, good evening viewers. This is Himakshi Bahuguna and you are watching Profit 360. Along the next half an hour, I'll be looking at all the corporate action along with national and international news. But before we go ahead with the show, Reliance Communications has informed the exchanges that the Bank of Maharashtra has decided to classify company's loan account as fraud. For more on this, we're being joined by Vishwanath Nair, Mumbai Bureau Chief. Vishwanath, what are you picking up?
Right, Himakshi, so according to the disclosures to the exchanges, Reliance Communications has said that Bank of Maharashtra has classified it as a fraud account. Of course, as part of this, Anil Ambani, who was the former chairman of Reliance Communications, has also been named as part of this order. Essentially, this is in continuation with some of the other banks that have already done this. State Bank of India and Bank of India both have classified this account as a fraud. CBI has already registered a case against Reliance Communications, so that is ongoing. As part of Bank of Maharashtra's case, about 488 crore is the outstanding. In their letter to Reliance Communications, they have alleged that the letter of credit was, as an instrument, was used to round-trip funds to repay existing debt or to transfer money to other accounts. And this is why they're considering this as a fraudulent evergreening and diversion of funds kind of an account. That is why this investigation, that is where this investigation will go once the CBI steps in. But it's important to note that the company is already under insolvency proceedings. It is undergoing resolution under the IBC. But the inclusion of Anil Ambani's name in all of these, State Bank of India, as well as Bank of Maharashtra, in all of their letters, the mention of Anil Ambani is an important element because that would mean that personal, individual proceedings can also be initiated against him as part of these fraud investigations.
Absolutely, Vishwanath. So after SBI and Bank of India, now it's Bank of Maharashtra who has, apparently decided that the company's loan account, they have termed it as fraud. So thank you so much for getting us those details there. And moving on from one regulator to another, viewers, sources are telling NDTV Profit that SEBI has barred mutual funds from investing in pre-IPO placements. Fund houses can now only invest in the anchor or public portion of the IPOs. The regulator believes that pre-IPO investments expose funds to the risk of holding unlisted shares if listings are delayed or cancelled. So the move could actually slow the pre-IPO fundraising, even as India's IPO market remains buzzing with big issues like Lenskart, Pine Labs, Grow and Boat on the horizon. And moving on to some big earnings today, we have Kotak Mahindra came out with its quarterly earnings today. So to sum up how the earnings have panned out for the bank, my colleague Vishwanath Nair is joining us with all the key details there. Vishwanath, over to you.
So Kotak Mahindra Bank reported a set of numbers that were largely okay with mild disappointment here and there, but we're still giving it a thumbs up. Essentially, the net profit number is what probably will disappoint a lot of investors because it's down about 3% on a year-on-year basis. And this is largely because of a 43% increase in the provisioning for the bank. Now, let's look at what actually worked as far as Kotak Mahindra Bank is concerned. It's got asset quality improvement, which is significant. There are lower slippages as well as higher upgrades and recoveries during the quarter, which is why that asset quality improvement is looking so good. Advances growth has been strong across portfolios, retail, wholesale, small businesses, everywhere. We are also seeing a marked improvement on the CASA front. The current account, savings account deposits actually now constitute over 42% of the total deposits versus 41% that was there in June. This is largely helping that cost of funds for the bank. In fact, the cost of savings account deposits for Kotak Mahindra Bank has dropped from 3.32% in June to about 2.89% in the September quarter, and that's a marked improvement. What has also happened is that the NIM has contracted, but is not contracted as much as one would have expected in Kotak Mahindra Bank. Let's look at a few factors that probably didn't work in favor of the bank. The first one is that the provisions, of course, have hurt profit growth. The other thing that has probably not worked for Kotak Mahindra Bank is the microfinance portfolio. Remember in Q1, the microfinance book was actually showing higher losses because of which its provisions as well as its gross NPA numbers had shot up. This quarter as well, that microfinance book continues to shrink and losses continue to mount. Separately, on the credit card portfolio as well, the bank has shown a 14% decline year on year. And that's an important number because that shows that the bank is probably not confident enough to go out and lend towards unsecured credit. In fact, unsecured credit is currently only about 9.2% of total advances, lower than the 9.7% reported in June. Because of the lower unsecured credit on its portfolio, Kotak Mahindra Bank will suffer from NIM expansion because net interest margin only expands if you do higher margin businesses like the unsecured lending. Lastly, if you were to look at the overall numbers, largely stable. However, some points of concern still remain.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Vishy, for that. In fact, post the earnings announcement, Kotak Mahindra Bank's management held a press conference stating that the bank's credit cost has come down to 79 basis points, which is in line with their expectations. They also added that both the credit cost and the microfinance book are expected to see, further normalization going forward. Listen in to that bite.
On asset quality and risk metrics, GNPA and NPA remain stable. Credit costs have come down from 93 basis points to 79 basis points, in line with our expectations. As indicated last quarter, personal loan credit costs have normalized, and we now expect a downward trajectory for both MFI and credit cards. We do remain cautious on retail CV stress. Overall, we expect our credit costs to now gradually moderate in second half of the financial year.
In fact, my colleague Vishwanath Nair asked the management on how are they planning to, really take on the large inorganic opportunity. Listen in.
in the current environment, where you've just are in the process of coming out of the stresses from the unsecured, you've also sort of still managing the margin compression bit. Is it advisable from a management bandwidth perspective, from an environment perspective, to take on because you said that you're always on the lookout for opportunities. Is this an appropriate time to take on a large inorganic opportunity?
So let me answer the question, say the same thing, but say it slightly differently, because you asked me to ask the question slightly differently. Look, it's our goal and aspiration to scale. And in getting transforming for scale, we've always said we look at both organic and inorganic. We look at all opportunities that come along. And in evaluating any one of the opportunities, we always look at, does the opportunity make strategic fit? That is offset by, does that particular opportunity affect management bandwidth, right? Because we are also doing a lot of things organically and growing the business organically very well. If the net of that is a strategic tick, then we look at valuations and financials, right? And if the strategic fit is right and the valuational fit is right, we go ahead. And that is true of a small portfolio tuck-in acquisition to a larger acquisition. So it's just the process that we follow, a disciplined process that we follow in evaluating any of these kind of opportunities.
And is 2025 the right time?
Well, for the right opportunity, strategically and financially, every time is a good time.
Now it's time for an NDTV Profit exclusive. Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu tells NDTV Profit that they plan to reach 350 airports by 2047 and boost Delhi's airport capacity to hold 120 million passengers. So listen in to what he had to speak about Delhi's T2 expansion being a key to making India a global aviation hub.
You have inaugurated Terminal 2 of the Delhi airport. How will this change the entire aviation landscape of Delhi?
T2 is very, very important and strategic for us in creating Delhi as an international hub, as a gateway for India. And we have seen how the traffic has increased in Delhi. Delhi is one of the biggest airports in the country. And it has a capacity of 80 million today, and it can go up to 120 million also. And if you want to reach those numbers, you want to upgrade all the infrastructure that is there. And also one more thing that I can say as the minister is that whatever we are doing, the upgradation, the improvement of services, we are keeping the passenger at the core, and we want to create much more robust ecosystem, and we want to improve the standards that we have at the airports as global standards. But this T2 is very, very instrumental in this domestic to international transfers, because we want to increase the capacity, and that is what we are looking at. How do we make Delhi as the hub? So for that, this is very, very important. 15 million capacity, sudden boost that you're giving to the aviation ecosystem in Delhi. And also if you see there are all the services that are there, they have been upgraded to what is required today and future ready also. So this ecosystem that we are building up today is definitely going to boost the domestic operations and also the international operations.
So we have seen that this government has worked enough in building the airport infrastructure across the country. 10 years, the number of airports have almost doubled. So going down the line, like 2 years, 3 years down the line, how many more new airports can we expect? And what about the Noida International Airport?
I can say that now in building of airports, thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister and his vision, we have become experts. You give us any land anywhere, we are building one of the state-of-the-art airport buildings and terminals. But in the future also, now we have 164. And we want to bring 200 more airports into the kitty by 2047. And that is the grand vision that we have, that at least 350 airports by 2047, which is the Viksit Bharat timeline that we have. That more challenge that we have, like I've said, it has become easy for us to build the airports. The challenge is how do we bring in more aircrafts into our ecosystem? How do we increase the fleet? And that is where we are trying to see how do we bring in more manufacturing happening in the country, so that the fleet, the fleet that is going to come into the aviation ecosystem increases in a much more fashion. So that is where we are trying to concentrate more on.
Very lastly, sir, any update on the final report on AI 171?
So they are doing a thorough investigation right now, and it is not a fixed timeline because they have to follow a due procedure which has been laid out by the ICAO, International Civil Aviation Organization. So, but they are doing a very thorough investigation, and they are following all the procedures that have to be done. One thing I can say is that, see, for the first time, the black box has been decoded in the country itself. So that is a great achievement for a country, and the technology that we have around investigation of these accidents. And they are doing a good job for the time being, but putting a timeline on you finish it by this time, I think won't do justice for the investigation that is there. So they are taking it very, very seriously, and let them complete it.
Viewers, on the sidelines of T2 inauguration, Danish also spoke to Videsh Kumar Jaipuria, who is the CEO at Delhi International Airport. Listen into what he had to say.
From 26th of October, T2 is all set to reopen. As far as passenger amenities are concerned, what all new is there for the passengers?
So T2, as most of you would know, is one of the oldest terminal. In fact, 1982 was when it was actually inaugurated. So we had shut it for the last 4.5 to 5 months to actually upgrade some of the passenger facilities. So I will basically divide it into two kinds of upgrades. One is technology upgrade, another is passenger experience upgrade. From technology upgrade point of view, which also helps in passenger processing, is upgradation of all the security equipments, which actually improves their efficiency. Second, in terms of the passenger check-in, now we have got self-baggage drop machines also over here, which wherever a passenger wants to have a seamless travel without going to the counter, he can actually utilize that. Third, we also have got what we call as video information counters. So instead of going to an information desk, there is a automatic information counter where passenger can go and ask their questions. Now, if I go inside the security hold area, that is after security, so then we have refurbished the whole area. So from look and feel as well as seating arrangement point of view, we have put differentiated seats so that people can, if they want to work, they can work. If they want to relax, they can relax. And there are other facilities also put in place, including carpeting in the passenger area, in the sitting area, whereas hard floor in the walking area. Number of seats have been enhanced. The overall food court has been enhanced. So overall, I'm sure that passenger will find it a very, very good and efficient terminal.
Sir, as far as the overall capacity is concerned, how much has that gone up, and in total, how much more additional capacity of T2 will enhance the overall capacity of the entire Delhi airport?
Overall, from T2 point of view, we have not increased the capacity because, as I said, that it was a 4.5 to 5 months of upgrade program. So the current facility has been upgraded. So overall, we were operating at about 15 million as a capacity for the terminal. It's still having the similar kind of capacity. So now if I look at the overall capacity, then Terminal 3, we are processing more than 50 million passengers. Terminal 1, we just opened the complete terminal, so that has got a capacity of about 40 million. And Terminal 2 has a capacity of 15 million, so more than 105 million capacity is what currently Delhi Airport has. Last year traffic was close to about 80 million, so we have got a headroom to grow by another 25 million before we need additional capacity.
Viewers, the world of Indian advertising has lost one of its brightest creative minds, Piyush Pandey. As an ad man, didn't just sell products. He sold ideas, emotions, and he packaged brand India itself in all its color, chaos, and charm. From a tea taster and a cricketer in Jaipur to joining the industry in 1982 and rising to become the creative powerhouse behind one of India's leading ad agencies, his journey mirrors the transformation of Indian advertising itself. Think of ads with taglines like Har Ghar Kuch Kehta Hai. Think of ideas that have a mystical lyricism to them like Mile Sur Mera Tumhara. There was this earthy humor of Fevicol ads as well. The patriotic soul of the Indian cricket anthem, Piyush Pandey's work spoke to who we are as people. He didn't just create ads. He created a language of storytelling that celebrated India's heartland and its humanity. We are here to look back at Piyush Pandey's journey, his genius, and his unmatched ability to connect with the millions through creativity that was deeply Indian and yet universally powerful.
He wasn't just the face of Indian advertising, he was its heartbeat. Piyush Pandey, the man who taught brands to speak in the language of India, is no more. From Mile Sur Mera Tumhara, that celebrated unity in diversity, to the Cadbury Dairy Milk girl who broke barriers with her joyful dance. Pandey's ads were more than marketing.
यार पीयूष का हर काम बिल्कुल अमेजिंग था. स्टार्टिंग विद कैडबरीज, जो लड़की जो क्रिकेट फील्ड में भाग के आती है और फिर नाचती है, वो पूरा आइडिया उसका था. और टू द एक्सटेंट दैट उन ज़मानों में पूरा जो माहौल था वो अंग्रेज़ी में था. और पीयूष ने पहली दफ़े एक क्लाइंट से भिड़ के कहा कि नहीं, मैं हिंदी में करूँगा, अंग्रेज़ी में नहीं करूँगा.
शर्मा की दुल्हन जो ब्याह के आई, संग टू सीटर सोफा ले आई.
They were moments that mirrored a changing India.
पड़ गयो नाम शर्मा इनका सोफा.
His partnership with Fevicol became the stuff of legend.
शर्मा इन बहन का ब्याह कराइन, सोफा पे नवा कपड़ा.
With humor rooted in small town life, resilience and jugaad. A reflection of the India he knew and loved. A former cricketer turned copywriter, Pandey led Ogilvy India to global fame, turning Indian advertising into a creative powerhouse. Under his leadership, Indian ads began winning international awards, but more importantly, Indian hearts. His moustache became a symbol of creativity. His words, an anthem of authenticity, and his ideas, timeless.
The entire advertising world, I don't think they can imagine without Piyush Pandey. You can say that an entire generation that's purely created by Piyush Pandey, this advertising world, this creative world, I think that's gone.
He made India sing, smile, and sometimes even cry, all through a 30-second story.
On to another emotional, update that we are getting to hear. That veteran actor Satish Shah, who's best known for his iconic role in the sitcom Sarabhai vs. Sarabhai and memorable film appearances, has passed away in Mumbai at the age of 74. Now, according to reports, the actor died of kidney-related complications after a prolonged struggle with the ailment. His death marks a profound loss for the entertainment industry, where he earned respect and admiration for his versatility and impeccable comic timing. Over a career spanning decades, Shah featured in more than 200 films and television roles, from cult classic Jaane Bhi Do Yaro to the hit film Main Hoon Na, and brought to life unforgettable characters such as Indravadan Sarabhai. Tributes have since poured in from fans, colleagues, and the broader creator community, who remember him as a pioneer of light-hearted storytelling and a beloved figure on the screen. On to some sports news now, viewers. India's spinners took full control as Australia struggled to build momentum in their innings. Kuldeep, Aksar and Washington shared the wickets, each conceding fewer than 5 in over. Siraj and Harshit Rana provided crucial breakthroughs in the middle overs, dismissing key batsmen including Carey, Connolly and Owen. When India came out to bat, Rohit Sharma started cautiously against Stark and Hazelwood, while Shubman Gill was the only wicket to fall early. Interestingly, Australia's strike bowlers didn't complete their full quota, seemingly stepping back as India's batsmen built a steady partnership. Well, this is all the time we had on this edition of Profit 360. But before we wrap, we have NDTV Good Times event lined up. Srinagar, where Sonu Nigam is set to take over the stage with 2 Kashmiri singers. Let's have a look on how the preparations are going for the concert.
Rahul, preparations all set for the concert, less than 24 hours. What are you picking up from people?
We just landed, Aditya, here in Srinagar, and the buzz is insane. You know, as you were coming in, from the taxi driver to the pilots in the aircraft, some of the passengers, and walking out, I stopped at a shop. They're all aware of the Sonu Nigam concert and say they're super excited about it. Actually, this has become much bigger than just a day where you celebrate music.
Yeah.
Because of the Pahalgam terror attack, there has been a massive decline in tourism in Kashmir, and you know this area so well, where a lot of people are now staying away because they are fearful. In some ways, the NDTV Good Times concert here, which features 2 local Kashmiri boys and Sonu Nigam, has come to represent an idea which is much bigger than just the concert. The idea of normalcy returning to the Kashmir Valley. And that is very, very significant because, you know, the government wants, the local industry wants. You've been speaking, Aditya, to so many tour operators, local hotel people. They're desperate for people to come back. In some ways, it's become that lightning rod, which has brought attention to the fact that, hey, if NDTV can do this giant concert here on the banks of the Dal, and you know, it's so polluted back in Delhi. I'm so happy you have brought us out to this beautiful area.
Yeah.
And just imagine, tomorrow when the music starts, you've got the Dal at the back, you've got this giant stage, you've got all these people coming in to watch. It should be quite epic. I'm quite excited.
Well, NDTV returning the good times here in Kashmir. Rahul, thank you very much for joining us out here. But just to give you a glimpse of where I'm standing, this is the main stage area where, of course, sound checks are taking place. And of course, there are other, arrangements that are taking place. But one man who has been rock solid behind this entire event, and I can steal you for a moment, Rahul. You know, I know you're busy. I've been traveling to Kashmir with you, but you've been at it for the last 2 months, bringing good times here in Srinagar, Kashmir. How excited are you? How excited are the people?
Oh my God, don't ask me. Excitement, it's like flowing in my veins now. From childhood, I love Kashmir. We all love Kashmir. It's unfortunate what happened, a few months back. But that cannot deter India from, moving back and doing things. This concert, like Rahul has said, it's just not a concert. It's a moment of celebration. It's a moment of Naya India, right? Not just Naya Kashmir, but Naya India. And everybody is excited. Both the Kashmiri boys who wanted to perform here, who've not been able to do so. And it is, fantastic that NDTV Good Times is being able to provide that. Sonu himself is buzzing with excitement. I just met him when he landed from Delhi. He is super excited. He just wants to go out on the street and celebrate right now and do the performance. We've all, been treated to his mesmerizing songs over a longest period of time, right? There are many songs which is there on your fingertips and on your lips that you want to hum and dance and enjoy. So I think that's what will happen tomorrow. It's going to be massive. We know that, I've gone down in last few days talking to your cab drivers, shopkeepers, hoteliers, people, students. They are super, super excited.
10 साल तक बालाजी को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे, चंदू भाई को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे। फिर कंपनी बाहर आई, मुंबई में आई, एमएनसी कंपनी को टक्कर दिया।
आपकी शुरुआत कैसे हुई?
खेती काम किया, अकाल पड़ा, फिर मेरे को राजकोट आना पड़ा। एस्टोन सिनेमा में गोविंद भाई खूट ने मेरे को 90 रुपया में नौकरी दी, कैंटीन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे मिल गई। वहाँ चिप्स बाहर से आती थी, वो नहीं टाइम से मिलती थी, तो घर में बनाने लगे।
क्रंच तो बढ़िया है।
Welcome to the NDTV Auto Show. I'm your host Mugdha Mishra. We have got lots of interesting stories planned for you in the show. But let's start the show with the first. I'm talking about TVS Apache RTX, which is TVS's first adventure bike. How is it? Let's find out.
We have got our hands on the brand new TVS Apache RTX 300. This is the brand's first adventure bike and comes with a price tag of 1.99 lakh rupees. Well, all of those is good. But is it ready to handle the responsibilities that come with the Apache badge? And is it ready to take the brand off the tarmac and into a new territory? Well, we had these questions on our mind before we rode the bike, and now we have got some answers. So stick around. Well, since the engine is the highlight of the bike, we wanted to talk about it first. When the brand launched the bike, they claimed that the engine is calm and has a linear torque curve. After riding the bike for 60 odd kilometers, I can confirm that. But there's a bit of an issue with the vibration. During the high RPM ranges, you get a bit of the vibration through the handle and other parts. Furthermore, if you are a rider who wants to go faster in a straight line, the engine is not for you. It lacks a bit of the aggression that you might get from the other rivals. And if you are someone who likes to go faster in a straight line, you have to reconsider. Although, it doesn't disappoint when you are overtaking. The 35 HP of power that comes from the 299cc engine is quite enough if you are someone who doesn't want to go very fast but want enough of a grunt.
Talking of going fast, the highest output of torque comes much later in the curve. Hence the lack of aggression. Adding to that, the engine feels very tractable in the lower gears when you are riding on plain roads. However, once you get on the inclines, it requires you to downshift and rev up to give the best result. Since we are talking about revving up, it is worth mentioning that it is a really good sounding bike.
The next topic is the heating. Well, the brand claimed that they have water and oil cooling for the engine, which doesn't disappoint. Even if when you are in traffic, the temperature of the engine is very well maintained. And if it goes beyond the limit, the radiator comes into play and it goes back to the normal range. Because of the bi-directional quick shifter and slip and assist clutch, you won't have much of problem shifting gears, but there were times when the gearbox felt a little bit clunky. And I would like to mention that there was a problem with the throttle. At times, because of the ride-by-wire system, the response of the throttle was a bit delayed. Well, that was all about the engine. Now let's talk about the comfort that we get from the bike. While the engine keeps its calm, the rider is also relatively calm on the seat because it has got a lot of space to move around, as you can see. Furthermore, with a height of 835 mm, it is not a very high seat, especially paired with the handlebar. It gives you a very relaxed sitting position.
If you are someone above 6 feet, you will have a good time riding the bike. However, people with a height of around 5 feet 5 inches might have to tiptoe when the bike comes to a halt.
After riding it for 1.5 hours, I can say that you can be comfortable here, but I wish there was a bit more cushioning on the seat. While the comfort on the seat matters a lot, what matters even more is how the bike handles itself on the road. Well, because of the soft suspension, when you are on the road, it handles the undulations very well. And even when you are going off-road, the suspension still performs well.
The bike gives you enough comfort to bolt through uneven surfaces without getting off the seat. Even though it's not a machine designed for rally, you can rely on it to get you out of the trickiest situations. The riders will have their fair share of freedom to enjoy the trails as much as they do on the highways.
Similarly, the brakes have a good bite to them, especially the front one has a very good bite to it, and it inspires a lot of confidence, while the rear one steals a little bit of it because of its softness. With the comfort checked, let's talk about the features. Well, this is the area where the RTX excels. TVS has given it a 5-inch screen which packs a lot of features like traction control, ABS modes and multiple riding modes.
Honestly, I didn't feel much difference between the urban, rain and tour modes. But switch to rally mode and things start to get interesting. You can turn off ABS and traction control, letting the bike breathe freely and show its true off-road potential.
Apart from that, you get Smart X Connect, which gives you access to map on the dashboard, which is a very convenient feature and has been in a lot of torque since we got it on the Himalayan 450. To use these features, TVS has given all the controls on the handlebar. These ensure that you don't have to remove your hand from the bar while riding, and you have got 2 arrow buttons and a selector button to go through these features. Apart from that, you get the cruise control button here only. Since we have already talked about ride, handling and the features of the bike, let's talk about the looks. Well, TVS has given it a twin headlamp design, which takes a bit of a time to grow on you, but it does look attractive, especially combined with the little bit of the fairing and the muscular tank. It gives a proper adventure bike feel. Looking at the rear end, you get a very sleek design which is a bit sporty, and with the 150 cross section tires, it looks hot.
Adding to that, the 17-inch rear wheel paired with the 19-inch front gives the Apache RTX 300 a well-balanced stance. It not only looks proportionate but also signals its dual sport nature. Stable for long highway runs yet nimble enough for light off-roading. The purpose-built dual-terrain tires further enhance its grip and confidence across changing surfaces, completing the bike's adventure-ready setup.
If you are someone who wants to prepare the bike for touring and enhance its looks, TVS is offering a lot of accessories. You can get a tail bag, tank bag and even knuckle guards to enhance the look of the bike and its functionality. Coming to the final question, who should buy this bike? This bike is for someone who is looking for an adventure tourer on a budget. And if you are someone who prefers touring more than off-roading, this bike is definitely for you.
However, if you decide to take it off the road to have some fun on a trail, it won't disappoint you.
Furthermore, the tech-savvy nature of the bike is a cherry on top. Well, that was all about the bike.
Hello and welcome to NDTV. We are in Sugo, Japan, the iconic race circuit that's been created by Yamaha, maintained by it, and it's 50 years of this race circuit and 70th anniversary for the Asian two-wheeler giant. This is a celebration in itself where we see models over the years on display here. Well, we take a closer look at what's being offered here, and also there is technology that we can experience. So join this journey with me as I tell you more about this very special motorcycle day from Yamaha. If you thought Yamaha only manufactured motorcycles, then meet the OX 9911. A F1 inspired supercar that was built back in 1990s. The loud and throaty V12 exhaust set the mood for an exciting day at Sugo Sportland. Producing close to 400 odd horsepower, the OX 9911 was blistering quick, clocking 0 to 100 in just 3.2 seconds. But for large part, the public display was all about two-strokes and retro motorcycles that are priceless today. Owners found special connect with these models, which in many ways have been iconic for the brand. So it's just not an exhibition of motorcycles from different eras, but if you are an enthusiast who has stepped into such a fan zone, here Yamaha also helps you to go and understand things that are acting behind the skin of it. As you can see, things here, there are stalls which are talking about paint quality, suspension, even deeper hardware, such as the new YAMT technology that they have developed and rolled out last year with the MT-09. There's so much on offer, there's so much knowledge. If you are a biking enthusiast, be it a Yamaha owner or not, there is a lot to learn here. Of many things I looked at for the first time, the YAMT gearbox grabbed my attention. The new technology has been recently rolled out in the MT-09, and the engine cross-section gave me a proper glimpse of how it works under the skin. So much to learn, so much hands-on activity going in here. It feels more like I have walked into a physics class where I can learn things real practical, and also how people are having an interest and looking out things. It really fills my heart with joy how Yamaha has really brought this from lab to factory, now to the people. The Sugo Sportland has been a center of competitive motorcycling action for years now. Multiple races like SRO Japan Cup, Super GT Cup and Formula Drift Japan have happened here. Yamaha owners or otherwise, the motorcycle day was a spectacle that welcomed one and all. A truly global brand with rich legacy, Yamaha has a story to tell, and I believe back at home, you also have a Yamaha story of yourself. Well, I go back with a lot of insights and a hope, a wish that Yamaha also brings global models, as you can see on my frame, for our market.
I am with Citroen Basalt, but it has the suffix X attached to it. Does it get the X factor? Let's find out. Every time Citroen launched a product, most of the time you will see reviewers say that they love the product, but there is always that but. And Citroen now has tried to get rid of that but by adding lots of features and lots of tech. Now let me show you what all changes on the outside and on the inside. You now get this much improved key. You also get keyless entry. That means if you have the key in your pocket, you just walk close to the car and the car will unlock itself. There is this LED fog lamp in the front. Otherwise, not much has changed in the looks. And to be fair, Basalt is a good looking car, did not need many changes in the exterior looks. You get these 16-inch dual tone alloys, look very nice. Citroen should consider giving a better alternative for these flap style, old school looking door handles. There is this sloping roof, shark fin antenna, and these bulges here which hide the hinges, and this nice little chunk which gives it a pinched out effect, and it looks nice. The rear also looks very good. Let me show you that. In my opinion, the rear of Basalt X, it's its most striking feature, and trust me, it's not easy to design the rear of SUV coupe. We have seen many examples where the rear looks odd, but this one looks very well designed. The large and expressive tail lamp, they look very good and add to the look of the rear of the Basalt. Now you have the Basalt X badging here. And I also want to show you the boot space. It's 470 liters of boot space, large enough to carry large size bags as well. Now the big changes have happened on the inside. Let me take you there. And before I take you inside, Citroen did give keyless entry but forgot to remove the keyhole. And the moment you enter the space, you realize that the interiors have changed for the better. You have this very fresh looking dashboard. They have completely changed the look of the dashboard. You have this layered approach to the dash now, this black plastic material with this golden insert and this brown leatherette material wrapping you around. It goes on to the door panel as well, and there is ambient light. And what I want to show you in ambient light is you see these ridges here, there is a texture here, and this is where the ambient light comes from. Here there's ambient lighting here and on this, and when that light comes in the night on this textured surface, it looks very nice. It makes a pattern and gives a very nice elegant look. Now let me switch on the car, and for that I don't need the key because I get the start-stop button now. Basalt now gets a fully digital driver display. It looks much bigger in size. It is a 7-inch screen and there's a lot of bezel around it. I would have preferred a larger screen size, but the clarity and the graphics on this driver display is also very crisp and clear. You have the same size for the infotainment screen, but now this is a much crisper and the graphics look a little bit more cleaner, and you also get 360-degree camera output here, and the camera output, at least for the time that I have used it, which is during the day, the clarity is pretty good. I hope it is equally effective in the night, and there are lot of tech additions in the car. You get wireless charger here, a very good looking center console area, but handbrake, and I would have preferred if they had considered adding electronic parking brake, but that's maybe in the next update. They have also changed the design of the AC vents. You have these vertical design with this gold insert. Again, this also adds to the look of the car. These seats, first of all, they are leatherette. They look much better. This black and brown combination looks nice, and now they are ventilated. You get the switches for the control for the passenger seat on the side, and mine is here on my side. And now you get auto dimming IRPM, but no sunroof. However, one very important and convenient feature, cruise control has been added to Basalt X. Basalt also gets a virtual voice assistant. Hey Kara, I need to go to the airport, T1, Indira Gandhi International Airport. What time should I leave? And my flight is at around 6. When should I leave? How much time will it take for me to reach there?
Since your flight is at around 6 o'clock, I recommend leaving at least 2 to 3 hours earlier to ensure you have enough time for check-in and security procedures. Therefore, aim to leave by around 3:30 to 3:30 p.m. As for travel time, I was unable to obtain precise real-time traffic information or direct public transport options. However, it's always wise to check a navigation app like Google Maps or Waze before you leave to get the latest traffic updates and suggested routes. If you have any other questions or need further assistance, just let me know. Safe travels!
Thanks Kara. By the way, it also understands Hindi. Hey Kara, मुझे चॉकलेट केक की रेसिपी बताओगे?
जरूर, चॉकलेट केक बनाने की रेसिपी ये है. #ingredients, all-purpose flour, 1 3/4 cups, 2 cocoa powder, 3/4 cup, sugar, 2 cups, 4 baking powder.
Well Kara, I changed my mind. I don't want to bake the cake. Let it be.
No problem at all. If you change your mind again, or if there's anything else you'd like to know or do, just let me know. I'm here to help.
It takes a bit of time, but it is effective and quite fun. Now, let me take you to the rear seat. If you're looking for a mid-size SUV and you haven't considered Basalt yet, I would urge you to consider Basalt only because of this rear space. And let me tell you, not much has changed on this rear space. Of course, you have this new upholstery which is perforated and this dual color, and that adds to the look, but just see the space that you get. Very good amount of knee room, good foot space. You can adjust the thigh support. I mean, this is an amazing design element that Citroen has added, that you can adjust the thigh support to make the seat absolutely comfortable for you. Very comfortable headrest, armrest with cup holders, space to keep some small things there, 2-seater charging point, AC vent, seat pocket, large size bottle holders in the door pocket, absolutely comfortable space. The only complaint I have on this rear seat is that if there are 3 people sitting, the center passenger will find this rear protruding armrest to be a bit of annoyance. And you have 3 3-point seat belts, but no load sensor.
Basalt X gets the same engine choices as Basalt. The entry level is a 1.2-litre naturally aspirated 3-cylinder petrol that delivers 82 HP and 115 Nm of torque and is paired with a 5-speed manual gearbox. If you want automatic, you have to choose 1.2-litre turbocharged 3-cylinder petrol, which produces 110 HP and 190 Nm of torque when mated to 6-speed manual, or a stronger 205 Nm when paired with 6-speed torque converter automatic.
But what has changed is the pricing.
You would normally expect prices to rise with added features, but Citroen has done the opposite. The Basalt X range now starts at Rs 7.95 lakhs and goes up to 12.89 lakhs for the top max variant. Depending on the variant, prices have actually been reduced by Rs 35,000 to approximately Rs 1 lakh. Interestingly, the original Basalt will continue to be on sale alongside the new Basalt X.
Basalt was always a very sorted product in terms of its performance and its ride quality. Handling, steering performance, all were great. The only thing was that it was lacking on some features. But now Citroen has added the features that people will like, and now it is a worthy competitor in the mid-size SUV segment.
Electric car sales seem to have broken the threshold finally with multifold adoption. At 91,000 units, the first 6 months of fiscal 25-26 have seen our EV sales cover 86% of what was sold last year. The previous financial year, around 107,000 electric vehicles were sold. This indicates the growth in adoption of electric vehicles by customers.
हम नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लेकर के आ रहे हैं। ये दिवाली के अंदर आपके लिए तोहफा बन जाएंगे।
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said the GST 2.0 reforms, which came into effect from September 22nd, have given a significant push to the domestic automotive industry. Car sales more than doubling to over 500,000 units. Market observers say that the retail total of the entire passenger vehicle industry between the implementation of new GST rates on September 22nd and Diwali could be anywhere between 6.5 to 7 lakh units. Maruti Suzuki said that its Jimny 5-door has crossed a cumulative export milestone of 1 lakh units since its launch in June 2023 in India. The vehicle, manufactured exclusively in India, is now exported to more than 100 countries, including Japan, Mexico, Australia, South Africa and Chile. Toyota has revealed the new entry point to its Land Cruiser series in the form of Reborn FJ, which stands for Freedom and Joy. The new Toyota Land Cruiser FJ will make its public debut at the upcoming Japan Mobility Show. The new FJ is 4.6 meter long, boxy upright SUV. The interior is similar to the larger Prado. The FJ gets 2.7 litre petrol as the only engine option.
I hope you liked the show today. If you like watching auto related content, join us on our YouTube channel NDTV Auto. Don't forget to subscribe and press that bell icon so that you get notified every time we upload a video. You can also follow us on your favorite social media platform. I will see you next week. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
10 साल तक बालाजी को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे, चंदू भाई को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे। फिर कंपनी बाहर आई, मुंबई में आई, एमएनसी कंपनी को टक्कर दिया।
आपकी शुरुआत कैसे हुई?
खेती काम किया, अकाल पड़ा, फिर मेरे को राजकोट आना पड़ा। एस्टोन सिनेमा में गोविंद भाई खूट ने मेरे को 90 रुपया में नौकरी दी। कैंटीन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे मिल गई। वहाँ चिप्स बाहर से आती थी, वो नहीं टाइम से मिलती थी, तो घर में बनाने लगे।
क्रंच तो बढ़िया है,
क्रिस्पी भी है।
बहुत टाइम बाद चिप्स खा रहे हैं। आप बहुत ही क्लोज प्रमोटर हेल्ड कंपनी है, तो 10-15% किसी और को आप देना क्यों चाहते हैं?
ये नेक्स्ट जनरेशन प्रोफेशनल बनना चाहते हैं, तो हमारी कंपनी को पैसा नहीं चाहिए, हमारी कंपनी को एक मैनेजमेंट चाहिए।
आप जिस तरह से आपका स्ट्रेटजी डिस्क्राइब कर रहे हो, और आपने तो कोई MBA किया नहीं है।
जो MBA किया हुआ आदमी खोपड़ी नहीं खरीद सकता।
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product, and therefore it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched, and so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is correct advice, correct information.
Let's get in Nikhil Nigania, who's director at Bernstein, to tell us about this particular thing. And Nikhil, I will of course thank you firstly for joining in, and to you and team at Bernstein, a very happy Samvat 2082. This is Neeraj here. I will get to the eventual part of how to value these projects, as most of the companies are listed and this is one part of their power ops, right? But firstly, why is this an obvious thing to happen with the power capacities that are being set up, that because not everything will be used, therefore you need storage, and therefore is this an obvious thing, or is there something surprising about the BESS announcements?
No, thanks for having me on the show, Neeraj. So on the BESS story, it's really picking up pace. Completely agree with the analysis you guys just put up. See, the reason it is happening are twofold. Number one is battery prices. So battery prices have crashed across the world. I mean, battery prices today are at about 1 crore per megawatt hour in India. Turnkey battery storage solution, which used to be upwards of 2.5-3 crores a couple of years back. So they have become like 1/3 almost in a matter of a couple of years, driven by oversupply in China, given by low lithium prices. So this makes the economics for battery very attractive against other options. So solar plus battery is competitive with thermal, or even cheaper than thermal in some cases right now. The second reason this is happening is the evening power shortage that India was facing, right? We have enough power when the sun is out, but we don't have power when the sun sets, and battery helps you solve that problem. It helps you shift the supply in the afternoon to the evening times of the day. So these two reasons combined is why we are seeing a big uptick in batteries in India and across the world, actually. Every estimate for across agencies, whether it's IEA or Bloomberg, continues to increase for BESS demand across the world.
So, Nikhil, when I look at the spate of announcements that have happened, I mean, 1 gigawatt seems to be passé. Everybody's talking about plants which are 1 to 3 to 5 to 10 to 20. Now, and you would have had a better sense of this. Is this too much happening too soon? Or do you believe this is just maybe the starting point and a lot more can be accommodated in India?
Yeah, so battery storage definitely has a long and big role to play in India or any other power market for that part. See, if you look at the announcements that have happened, you have to break it into 3 categories. So one is battery cell manufacturing, where companies such as Vari Energies, Reliance, Exide, Ola are focused. The second is just converting cell to pack, which is a more simpler task which someone like a Premier plans to do as of now. And the third part is a developer part, which is like a Tata Power or even a JSW Energy for that part, who would be just installing and operating those batteries. They won't be manufacturing those batteries. So in this 3-step value chain, battery cell manufacturing hardly exists in India right now. Ola is the only one whose plant has become operational. Others are expected to start next year. Battery development, which is setting up a battery plant, is quite simple. What these developers such as Tata and JSW are doing is just importing batteries from China right now and plugging it into the system. So that's a much simpler task. So there we can, as per our estimates, we can absorb about 20 gigawatt hours of battery storage in India a year for the coming 4 to 5 years.
दस साल तक बालाजी को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे, चंदू भाई को कोई पहचानते नहीं थे। फिर कंपनी बाहर आई, मुंबई में आई, एमएनसी कंपनी को टक्कर दिया।
आपकी शुरुआत कैसे हुई?
खेती काम किया, अकाल पड़ा, फिर मेरे को राजकोट आना पड़ा। एस्टोन सिनेमा में गोविंद भाई खूट ने मेरे को 90 रुपया में नौकरी दी, कैंटीन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे मिल गई। वहाँ चिप्स बाहर से आती थी, वो नई टाइम से मिलती थी, तो घर में बनाने लगे।
क्रंच तो बढ़िया है,
क्रिस्पी भी है।
बहुत टाइम बाद चिप्स खा रहे हैं। आप बहुत ही क्लोज प्रमोटर हेल्ड कंपनी है, तो 10-15% किसी और को आप देना क्यों चाहते हैं?
ये नेक्स्ट जनरेशन प्रोफेशनल बनना चाहते हैं, तो हमारी कंपनी को पैसा नहीं चाहिए, हमारी कंपनी को एक मैनेजमेंट चाहिए।
आप जिस तरह से आपका स्ट्रेटजी डिस्क्राइब कर रहे हो, और आपने तो कोई MBA किया नहीं है।
जो MBA किया हुआ आदमी खोपड़ी नहीं खरीद सकता।
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard.
Hi, we're talking about Your Money Matters on NDTV Profit, and my name is Alex Matthew. This show gets you actionable insight on everything personal finance related, whether that is with regard to your investments or your expenses or tax. And today I'd like to talk about two things. One, the prices of gold and silver. They've actually fallen off a cliff. We'll talk about why that is and what you should bear in mind if you were actually in the market for gold and silver, and if you maybe pushed that purchase down the road. Should you go out and buy now with the expectation that the prices will eventually go up? And what is driving the prices down? And the second conversation has to do with buying a car. How should you plan to do it? Is it better to buy it on EMI or should you buy it outright? And also, is it a good idea to utilize the tax aspect of it if you are a professional or if you own a business to set off the expense of buying a car? How do you use the tax laws in your favor? That's the second part of today's conversation. Let's start with the first. Navneet Damani, Group Senior Vice President and Head of Commodities Research at Motilal Oswal, joining in. Navneet, thanks so much for taking the time. Just before Diwali, I had actually asked you a question, and I know for a fact that I did. What I said is, normally we speak about buying gold during Diwali, but I said, should you defer your purchase or should you even sell? And you said, don't do anything, if I remember correctly. And you said that the prices are likely to remain range bound. Maybe we've seen a cap. Why did we see such a sharp fall over the weekend though? Or not over the weekend, or the last couple of days?
Gold prices, gold, silver, I would combine them together, went up the elevator and came down with a parachute. I would like to put it that way, because the kind of exuberance, the kind of momentum we were into is something we've not seen in the last many years or probably decades as well. Something like silver behaving like a small cap stock, up about 85% year to date, something like gold which were up 55% year to date. So these were some calling signals where you could see some signs of exuberance, and that's exactly what we discussed in the last interaction with your team as well. And we also mentioned that if somebody wants to buy at this juncture, it's better to postpone your purchase than to buy here. You want to buy something, tokenize it, buy at a very limited quantity, you will get better bargain levels. And today we stand at better bargain levels. We are up down about 10% for gold from highs. We are down about 18-19% for silver from highs. And the kind of exuberance we were seeing in the physical markets where silver was trading at a significant premium, that is also kind of eroded. So is the question now is, are we at the best buying levels, or maybe we'll have to wait for another round of dip, another round of correction where we should re-enter?
In fact, that is my next question, which is that now that you've seen some money getting taken off the table, usually you see that extending a little bit. So is there potential for further downside in your opinion, Navneet?
Well, fundamentals have not changed, but to a very large extent, the story for silver remains very strong. The demand side scenario is very stable, very strong. China has been buying it left, right, and center. So are central banks adding gold time and again in their kitty. But over the last 1-2 months, or maybe last 15 days, what we've seen is there has been some bit of geopolitical news that has now started to get the premium started to erode. And if eventually there will be some truce between maybe US, China, US, India, and rest of the world, which will eventually help the dollar index to stabilize and maybe even fall, and the kind of momentum we are seeing in the US economy, where about 20 to 23 days of straight shutdown and no resolution as yet, is calling signal where the dependency on dollar is going to reduce. These are signs which are giving a long-term indication that gold and silver are likely to be bullish. But these corrections are healthy. These corrections were warranted, and the weak hands might get off the table for now, for the time being, and maybe a better bargain entry level could be in place over the next couple of weeks or so.
Okay, let's talk levels then, right? And give us levels in your opinion for both silver as well as gold. Where do you see the near-term bottom? And therefore, where do you think is a good level to start accumulating? Of course, if somebody's got the intention of keeping on buying them, gold and silver in the long-term portfolios, and you can continue doing that. A lot of people say that buying a little bit every month might also make sense, considering everything that you said, right? The long-term fundamentals remain intact. But what is the bottom, and by the end of the year, perhaps, or the start of the next year, what are the levels that you would see gold and silver at?
Well, firstly, I'd have to reiterate my stance that we are more positive on silver than on gold, and expect that silver could give you about 30-40% returns from the current levels also. So as we speak, we are trading at around $48, and better bargain levels are in the range of $45-46. That's about 5-6% shy of where we are today. So I expect another round of correction, about 5,000-6,000 points or even higher in gold, in silver particularly. And on the domestic front, it will equate to around 130,000, 135,000 levels, where one can look to deploy a sizable amount of capital in silver from a medium-term perspective. As far as gold goes, gold is trading at around $4,100, and I think once we could be in a position to test about 3,850, 3,800 levels in worst case. That should be a level where one should be looking to accumulate gold. However, the targets are not really very significant like we have for silver, where about $70-75 is where we anticipate silver to be. For gold, maybe it would rebound to about 4,250, and in best case $4,500. On the domestic front, bargain levels buy at 110,000. Upside potential could be around in the range of 130,000, 135,000.
Okay, so those are the levels to watch. The last point, you've mentioned the positives on the fundamental side. I'm just wondering whether you have listed out any of the major negatives that could come through. One, of course, is geopolitical tension and a resolution in the conflict in Ukraine. If that were to come to pass, would that result in a near-term negative for gold prices? And is there anything else, in your opinion, that could cause people to go out and sell these two precious metals?
Russia-Ukraine war is about 3 years old now. We've celebrated 3 anniversaries of this war, and I don't see it concluding anytime soon. There has been enormous pressure from across the globe, but it's not concluded really very well. Secondly, Israel-Hamas is where the action is, and even after truce, even after intervention from the US, you see time and again that truce being broken, and there are some of the attacks which continue to be in place. So this kind of momentum will continue. Of course, if they settle down, there could be one knee-jerk reaction. So that is where prices are expected to correct by about 5 to 7%, and 3,800 could be on cards. Other than that, the demand side story doesn't warrant that kind of movement to come in. And we also expect that if the dollar index starts to retrace again, it goes back to higher glory, then there might be a scenario that if the rate cut scenario goes for a toss, if inflation starts to rise, and maybe the October cut might come in, but the December rate cut possibility topples, then there could be a scenario where we should get worried that what kind of global economies, how they will fare up, and what will the stance from the US over the next few quarters. So these are some worrying factors which could lead to some knee-jerk reaction in prices, which could lead to a reasonable sell-off in prices. But these opportunities, these reasonable sell-offs will be bought into because the world order is changing. We have to understand that and dollar will no more over the next 2, 3, 4 years be the driver currency. Central banks are looking for alternative, and once these guys are looking for alternatives, you have to find a safe haven, which is nothing better than gold.
Yeah, you said it. Absolute pleasure as always speaking with you, Navneet. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
Right. That last point is something for you to ponder, right? The world order is changing according to Navneet Damani, and he's talking about how the dollar is losing precedence. it's important to note, considering that debt is a problem that a lot of these frontline economies in the West are facing, not just the US, but also economies in Europe. And what happens therefore to precious metals as alternatives are sought to the fixed income that has been the major investment vehicle for so many large investors in those countries. It is ultimately precious metals. Let's talk about something closer to home. And in fact, for a lot of people, it is said that you spend more time outside of work and home in your car than anywhere else. And it is true in cities like Mumbai, especially if you have to commute one way 45 minutes to an hour. So the question is, how do you go about and buy a car? If it is your intention to do so, should you buy it on loan or should you buy it outright? What are the advantages? If you're a professional, should you use the purchase of the car to set off against your earnings and utilize the tax laws in your favor? How should you do that? To talk about all of that and more, I'm joined in studio today by Abhishek Mehta, who's a chartered accountant and who is the founder of Investa Capital. Thanks so much, Abhishek, for taking the time, as always.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you so much.
I know for a fact that you're an enthusiast, and so there is an emotional aspect to buying a car. A lot of people dream about owning their first car, but I'm talking about removing that from the equation as much as you can do that, right?
Yes.
There is a reason, even when it comes to your finances, when you would want to buy a car. If you were spending more than a certain amount of money, and I asked you whether you could come up with that figure in a city like Mumbai, were you able to?
So, see, even if you take a basic car of about 8 to 10 lakhs, the EMI of such car and the maintenance and everything will cost you at least 10 to 15,000 rupees a month. So you need to weigh that if you're spending that much amount of money on transportation in a month's time, and whether even after buying a car, you will go by the car or by the public transport. So you have to weigh your cost and benefit analysis before going and purchasing into the car.
And depends on the car. You've taken a 10 lakh car, but
Yes.
I think a lot of people generally go maybe a little bit more.
15 to 20 lakhs in a basic.
So, and then you divide it per month, and you also have to account for the health, for the insurance, for the motor
Yes.
insurance. The higher you go, the more you're paying.
So the insurance is there, the maintenance is there. Nowadays, there's a parking cost. Everywhere you go, it's not as easy as it was earlier. Then driving is not easy. You know, especially in metro cities, you have to be really careful. Lot of time I see, I have not made the mistake, somebody else comes and dent my car. So you have to factor in all those things while buying a car. It's not an easy thing. You know, paying the money and buying the car is easy, but maintaining it on day-to-day basis it's like a baby. So you have to take care of that on a daily basis.
I can sense the emotions attached to that, and I know that, as I said, you're an enthusiast. But having said that, when it comes to actually buying a car, from a financial planning standpoint and good money management, is it a good idea to go out and buy a car on EMI, or should you always buy it outright? They say that buying a depreciating asset with a loan is not a good idea, and this is the definition of a depreciating asset.
But how I look at it is, usually I follow a 25-20 rule. Basically, you should have 20% as a down payment.
Sure.
You should take a 5-year loan, because you will usually use the car for about 5 years. After 5 years, you get bored of the same car. So you should take a loan of 5 years. And your EMI should be 20%, max 20% of your income. 10 to 15, or probably max on the higher side. If you will use the car really rigorously, you can go up to 20%. This way, what I usually do is, every 5 years I change my car. So once I've paid my 20% down payment, I've paid the 5 years EMI, I sell the car, I have the down payment money coming in, I can go and buy another car. So you have to buy a car with the sense that I will use this car for 5 years. Also, what happens is, I don't want to use my past money, what I have saved, for my future benefits. So usually every month I'm earning, every month I'm using the car. So from that earning only, I would like to expense out the cars